Hello, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome to another cozy Minecraft day. It's Thursday, and our remaining time, the 1.18 server, is ticking on down. That's right. What is this? 4 streams? 4 Minecraft streams until the launch of Sergecraft 3, which I'm very hyped for. I actually sat down with Serafina last night, and it looks like everything is ready to go, which is kind of amazing and kind of spooky at the same time, right? How you doing, everybody? What's up? What's new? How's your week going? I got a new phone. That was exciting yesterday. I'm really proud of myself. I made the whole thing work. I did like a full data transfer and like contact transfer. I mean, mind you, they made it kind of idiot proof. But, you know, we don't worry about what's that proverb? You know, every time you think you've idiot proofed something, they make a better idiot. I thought I was that idiot. What phone did I have before? So I had the Samsung Galaxy 7 or 8, like years and years and years old. I got it for Road Quest, so it's almost 4 years old, and I got the Pixel 6. How do I like it so far? Everything is weird. I have 4 years of phone muscle memory I have to unlearn, right? So it like all of the swipes and things are all backwards and broken, but that's obviously me, not the phone. So it'll take me a second to figure it out, and we'll get there. We'll get there. Make sure authenticators are moved. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I did that pretty early. I feel silly asking, what exactly is Sergecraft? Sergecraft is a now long-running tradition of new mod packs where I take the lead designing the theme around it, which is kind of interesting. So a large portion of my mod team, and this is where the word mod gets kind of confusing. A large portion of the Twitch moderators who help with the channel love modded Minecraft. And early on when I played Minecraft, I hated modded. I was just like, no. Modded is confusing and weird, and it doesn't make any sense, and I think it's kind of garbage, and I'm only going to play vanilla because why do I need to mod my experience? Minecraft is perfect. And so Serafina was just like, look, let me help. So the first Sergecraft was a little bit of everything, a little bit of magic, a little bit of tech, a little bit of quality of life things, you know, a nice little introduction to modded, but I don't know. Yeah, it had everything in it. So it wasn't like it was Vanilla Plus in that experience, because it had magic, it had tech, it had power, it had digital storage. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. And then for Sergecraft 2, I took an even more active role, and I was like, hey, I just found out magic exists in Minecraft, and not Botania, like magic. I fell in love with astral sorcery, which is a mod around like mapping the stars and giving yourselves power up, and you get like a Path of Exile style tree. And so we dove into that. We did this whole modded experience, which is really cool. And now we're bringing back another Sergecraft. This one for Sergecraft 3 is going to be the most lightweight ever. I think there's like 20 mods in it or something like that. It's a little baby mod pack. And yeah, that should be, I hope it's fun. It's very different. The whole goal for Sergecraft 3 is Vanilla Plus. It shouldn't feel super duper different. Realistically, it's an excuse for me to finally play around with Create, which is a very popular mod, very cool mod right now. So yeah, let me actually count the mods in this pack. Is this the done one? Yeah. I mean, actually, why don't I just share this with all of you? So Sergecraft 3, it's built around Create and Tinkers. So these are the heaviest mods we have. And Tinkers is interesting now because it's got armor, it's got all kinds of stuff. So of my original wish list, we have Quark. Quark is a mod that introduces dungeons and different cave generation and all kinds of neat stuff. So it also has Shebas. Yeah, Tinkers is very different, I've heard, which is kind of cool. It has like 5 different books right now. So both of these should give you a lot of things to get around in. Anyways, mini-map, which is journey map, inventory tweaks, JEI. So these are pretty classic like Vanilla Plus things. We've got Builder's Wand. Well, I wanted Builder's Wands, and that isn't quite there. So there's something called Construction Wands, which is pretty close. Sleeping Bag, which is a bag you can travel with you that doesn't break your spawn point. Mega Torch is back. Better villagers and also villager names is in there. So this is something I just wish they had in vanilla. The ability to pick up villagers, the ability to re-roll their trades without having to break the job block over and over. And then there's ender storage and iron chests. Ender storage gives you the color coordinated ones. So it just gives you more flexibility and ways to share and create some really interesting storage loops, as well as some fluid stuff. And iron chests, bigger chests. Now, storage is kind of a mess in vanilla Minecraft. So we have backpacks and storage drawers have been added just to sort of take that pain point away of needing to go to the end to get stuff done. So this is going to help with redstone farms because you just put down storage drawers. You don't have to worry about the whole storage system. And this includes voiding and large storage capacity. And there's backpacks, which I kind of got the order wrong. But yeah, early game, don't worry so much about shulker boxes. And yeah, I think it's pretty cool. And then we've got some bonuses, which is kind of neat. There's Chisel and Bits because Avi's going to play with us. And I think Avi would quit the mod team if we didn't have Chisel and Bits. There's Clumps, which is a quality of life mod that takes lots of experience orbs and makes them into small experience orbs. Or one big experience orb, rather. Should help with performance. There's Create Deco. So this is a bunch of other decorative blocks and doors and stuff based around the themes of Create. This, again, I think is something I don't typically like building with modded blocks, but I know Uno and Max and some people would really like to see that. So that's there. Now, this is interesting. 3 new enchantments have been added to the game: Dash, Leap, and Step. And the reason for this is that functionality is actually added in through Tinkers. And Seraphina thought, if these enchantments exist in the world and somebody doesn't want to get into Tinkers, let them exist on enchanted books so people can put them on vanilla gear as well. And I thought that made a lot of sense. And if I think correctly, I think Dash replaces Fireworks, because you can dash with an Elytra. I'm not entirely sure. Chunk Claimer, since this is going to be going on servers, this is something that just helps people with griefing. Gravestone is probably the only thing that I looked at and I was just like, I don't actually want this, but it's not a big enough deal to get rid of it. I feel if there are people who want to not lose their stuff when they die, they can just use, there's like commands around it and stuff like this. This starts to feel a little not in the spirit of it, but I don't know. I was just like, if there was a chance to make changes, I would remove Gravestone. It's just not the sort of thing that I find terribly interesting. Lava Sponge, created by Uno. It's a sponge, but for lava. And Effective, we're going to test this out. Hopefully, this doesn't break anything, but let me show you what Effective is. I have to find the link. Effective is a mod that adds like particles around water effects and stuff like that, which is very cute. It potentially has some performance issues. So if we run into a point where, yeah, it's just causing the game to run worse for some people, we can pull it out. No woodcutter. I think Tinkers has a woodcutting axe. I think. I'm not sure, but yeah. So yeah, there's Sergecraft 3 in its current state. It's very, very lightweight, right? So we'll see how it goes. I hope it's an experience that people enjoy. So we're going to have the stream server, which we're going to be launching on the 28th, which is super cool. And then I know Heron Blade Master, I don't think we're going to have like community official ones, but I know Heron Blade Master has expressed some interest. I don't want to put him on the spot, obviously. But there's a good chance that, you know, folks in the community will be playing as well. And I think it'd be really cool once the stream server locks in a seed. If we all played on the same seed, we'd have an opportunity to see what people did in certain areas. I don't know. I think that's really cool. So yeah, there's the whole update. All right, let's talk really quickly about subs. We got the second walk. Thank you for 35 months. Number go up indeed. We got Miss Twilly. Oh my God, we have a Butterbean chat. Can we get some hearts? Thank you so much for a year of support. That's huge. And we got Cataclysm with 20 months. Thank you very much, friend. I appreciate that. Pardon me. How dare you, Goobies? How dare you? My new computer is almost done. Excited to try and join the community server. Excellent, is it? That's rad. Hey, you want to play some Minecraft, friends? I do. I know I do. Good morning, Dogma. Good morning, by the way, everybody. Good morning, Sergei, Beverin, Caveman Hard, Yalk, the A and Map, Zari. Good morning, Ninja Puffed. 99 problems! Thank you so much for 45 months. 45 is quite the number. Can't wait for the new bean. Indeed. Good morning, Jessica. Good morning, Stizit. You're looking forward to setting up a server when Sergecraft 3 launches? Awesome. I'm pretty hyped for it. Important question for the day. What is a throne but a canal for your butt? I think you're confusing a throne with a toilet. Just going to throw that one out there. Hey, good morning, 99 Problems. Not usually able to make the streams lately, but I'm in the middle of moving into a new apartment and had some time to watch. Hey, that's awesome. Hope your new apartment is super cozy. All right, I have all this stone. It's all going to go in here. All right, how are we looking on stuff? Got a couple of shulkers. That's fine. Oof. Apparently I've been doing a bunch of mining. So if you've missed it, we've got so much work done on our throne room. We're flying through this build, which makes me really happy because I was worried we might not get a chance to finish it in time. But take a peek. We added all these pillars yesterday. We came up with a design that I think looks really cool so far. I do have to spend some time maybe connecting up some of the other areas. Just because when we look at our reference art, where's my reference art? We look at our reference art, there's a lot more connected pillars and everything. So we'll see, I don't know. Again, it doesn't have to be a perfect replica, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, and then we've slabbed the whole floor so we can play around with darkness in this area and not have to worry too much about, you know, dying or anything like that. We got the staircase down. We'll have to add some details and some other stuff. But all in all, I'm so happy with how this is coming together, eh? Oh, I didn't add any of the andesite around the outside. Hey, Head Full of Rabbit, thank you for that resub. Welcome back. Appreciate it. This is looking great. I love the photo, the reference photo. The movie's great. Oh, it is, right? Yeah. So next steps are going to be the dais, and then we're probably going to do dais, and then we're going to do some more detailing on the pillars, and we can start thinking about the large roof expansion here. I think that's going to look better. So grand. Gotta make sure our throne room looks regal, right? Alright, let's start by repairing our stuff up here. Hey, good morning, Code Gorilla. This build is incredible in a world that feels like it started yesterday. Well, this world is definitely 3 months old now. Don't even get me started on time. Yeah, because like 118 dropped in December, I think. That villager is levitating. Hey, good morning. Don't forget to say hi to James, pardon me. Good morning, James. You doing all right? Yeah, it's a mood. The Mine O'Clock server kicked off November 30th? Oh, God. In my mind, it wasn't November because November is Desert Bus and it was after Desert Bus, but that hurts me a little. Morning bed is that? How you doing, Zalukster? Time isn't real anyway. Time, I keep trying to tell time it isn't real. And I feel like it's disagreeing with me. Every time I'm like, I'm not tired, I should stay up. The morning shows up and it's just like, what'd you say? And I'm like, oh no. Hey, good morning, Luthien. How you doing? Beautiful fall spring day. I can't wait for things to warm up a little bit. I have a powerful desire to spend some time outdoor with friends, and it's still a little too cold for that. Good morning, Revenant. Got to try new ethically sourced small batch coffee today, and it was excellent. A YouTuber I watch runs the company. I got a discount for donating to a charity fundraiser. Heck yeah. And Jessica says I'm home from work today due to snow and ice. Yikes! Yeah, that is the opposite of a nice spring day. It's like, I don't know. It's still February, so I guess I can't really, and I live in Canada. I can't really be like, how dare it still be winter, right? But so it goes. Definitely got a nice fall spring. I mean, it was sunny. Is that all it takes to be a nice fall spring? Is the sun is out? Yeah. Because I thought that too, and then I was like, man, my ears are cold. What are we doing today? Well, we're gonna focus on getting the throne room done. So I've got, I think, enough TNT to do 2 more days of science. And I think just thematically, it would be fun to do the last one on the final day. You know, end things with a literal bang. And I don't know if I want to kick it off today as well, because we got 4 streams and 2 left. So I'm trying to think of that spacing there. So I'm actually stalling for time as the gears in my brain are spinning and trying to figure it out. And like, let me check how my stores are doing. Let me repair my tools and gradually welcome people as they come in. Look, we haven't really done a stand-up yet. I know what's on my to-do list, but I don't know what my order is quite yet. All right, nobody's bought all my stuff. That's fair. That is fair. Maybe I should restock all the glass. If we're gonna be leaving, we should make sure that everyone has access to all the stuff they need before we go. Oh yeah, I restocked the shulker boxes the other day. You've begun measuring time in snowstorms? Oh no. Yeah, this is all good. This is all good. Aw. My parkour failed. So like little projects. I guess we never actually finished the staircase to this, did we? Path to this, did we? I just like made a small outgoing path and just left it. Way to go, Serge. Way to go. Ah! This is not my finest work. Alright. Not a lot of beacons have moved yet either. Let's just build. Let's just build. Yeah. So a couple of things that we want to wrap up. We really got to get this throne room done. Yeah, no science. I was checking to see. We got no mods about. We only got 2 days left, 2 out of 4. Let's space it out. Make sure we have fun activities to do for our final couple streams. Morning, Barbarian. We could blow things up for fun. I mean, you're not wrong. The one day you're here for science and there's no science, apologies. Well, we do science most mornings. Yeah, it's all good. Good morning, Suffix. Good morning, Anime Kitty. Well, hold on a second. Now the mods have shown up. I was just saying how I might not do science because there were no mods here. Now 2 of you show up just that I had this conversation. Oh man. Well. Suffix, are we doing science, yes or no? I just ate. That's fair. You know I need coffee. I'm fine. All right. Science is back on the menu, chat. With the best possible timing. I picked up Noida after watching you play. It's been a hit. I'm glad to hear that. All right, chat. Let me get some more rockets here. That's very funny. All right, hold on. So, just to confirm, 2 days left of science. These 4 are reserved for the final day. So this is what we're using today. That means nobody, you got lots of advance notice. There will be no science on Monday or Wednesday. Okay, chat? Just so you know in advance. So on Monday or Wednesday, when we don't do science in the morning, don't show up and be sad, all right? Hey, good morning, Zephyl Angel. Zephyr. Thank you so much for that brand new Prime. Hope you're having a great day. Playing Rogue Tower, playing Noita. They're all my faults. Sorry, not sorry, chat. Those games are both amazing. I should be playing Noita off stream. I've been playing so much Rogue Tower off stream. It's been a very good time. Let's go this way today. I haven't been doing like Chivo runs, but I've been getting lots of W's. I've actually been, you know, just if it's just like a silly off-stream sort of game, I've been. You ever just restart if you don't get the perfect shape? You're like, I want a spiral, and I'm just gonna cheese this until I get it. Been able to get into Noida. Noida's hard and punishing and pretty slow. If you're looking for like sort of an action or reflexy game, that's not Noida. All right. This looks like a great location for science. Or is it? It might still be. There's still a chance. There's a chance. Wait. There. I need this on. Have I played Darkest Dungeon? A little bit. A little bit. So my issue with Darkest Dungeon, and I'm sure some other people can relate to this. Well, it's a thing that happens in a lot of games, is there's that initial hook. Oh my goodness. Hats full of rabbits. Thank you so much for that $10 science dono. That's very, very, very thoughtful of you, friend. Thank you. So Darkest Dungeon, where there's the initial hook, the initial conceit of, oh no. Wow, that did not take long at all. Like, you get down. Nope, bad. This way? This was the way. This is the promised way all along. You get down, you do your first dungeon, you're having a good time. You survive like 3 or 4 dungeons, and you know what your end goal is. But I got completely lost in the mid-game. You know what I mean? You're just like, stop it. Where you're just like, what am I working towards? What is... You know, what is meaningful progress and meaningful gain? And so I kind of lost interest after maybe like 6 or 7 runs. Stop it! Some perfect science right now? How dare you? Thank you again so much for those $10. No! Stop! All right, I'm like trying to have a good time with science here. I'm trying to go brain off in mine. I'm trying to tell a story, and I'm trying to thank people. And lava is just like, you will have none of it. I'm going to try 2 more directions. And if we don't get away from the lava, I'm leaving and we're flying somewhere else. It's a sign. All right. We're staying. Now, this doesn't count for an explosion, right? Or those aren't science ones. Those are just, what we're doing, there's a science word for this. When you do like a sample strip, right? You do a sample thing, and then you're like, yes, this is a good area. So from, this is a good area, game. You're embarrassing me. Hello? All right, I think the other new thing I have to learn with a new phone is all of the new noises my new phone makes. Because my phone just spoke to me and I was like, what do you want? A core sample. Yeah, we are in the right area, chat. Look at this. Are we gonna have time to build our throne? Yes, our throne doesn't have to be as big as it originally was scoped out to be. So everything is gonna be perfect. Don't worry, it all makes sense in my mind. Okay. So, these 3 ancient debris don't count. Everything is perfect. So the 2 things I really want to get done are the throne room, which easy peasy, and then I want to go back down into the smelter area, and I want to expand that and give you a second lava canal. I think it'd be very fitting to end this season with a little bit more canal as a treat. And there are a lot of other cool things that we had thought about that this was not the way. Wait, I can turn. That I just don't think we're going to hit, and that's okay. No. No. This way. No. All right. So we want to hit about 4:30. Stop it. Man, so much lava. Stop it. Do we leave? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do in the face of such senseless hate? What do we need for an area? We need about 150 blocks in a straight line. Not in a perfectly straight line. It's okay to do a right angle. And we need it to not be a basalt biome. Oh my goodness. Like, oh. Embrace the lava. Thank you for the 13 months. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. Mods, are you ready? We're just going to blow this area up, going straight back. All right, so give me a second here. I need to organize my life. I need to organize my inventory. And so real quick, if it's your first time joining here for science, welcome. The mods are going to start running a wonderful bot called the Science Bot. Thank you, Deimos. And the Science Bot is going to ask you to post an integer. An integer is a number that doesn't have a decimal in it. No other characters. And your goal is to guess the amount of ancient debris that we are going to find with one full stack. The bot is open. The guesses start now. Our data set is, we have found 1, and we have found a maximum of 14. You're welcome to guess higher. I want to see 15. We've yet to ever get 15. If you're curious, a lot of very smart people have actually done like graphs and stuff, showing the results we've got, and like graphing the probability of various numbers to hit. The safest guesses are 5 through 10. Wait. Oh, I think I'm supposed to... Yes. Let's go this way. Yes, very good. Very good. If you make more than one guess, the bot is only going to count your most recent guess. Are there any other questions, queries, or concerns? I don't have a bow. I predict explosions. I predict you're going to be correct about explosions. Good morning, Nat. All right, everybody. The 3 we already have don't count. Correct. They are in a shulker box. They are being put away. We have 0 already. All right. Once the explosions start, the guessing stops. So get your guesses in 3, 2, 1. Science! Yes. Good start. It's a lot of lava. Oh, it's a 3-fer. Ooh. 3. Max 48. I don't know who you were, but I like the way you think. I got bad news, though. You're probably not going to win. Oh, that's a whole lot of lava. Oh, geez. Around the corner? Yes, good. Oh, I keep falling there. Wow. You just like the number 48? That's fair, Shanley Attack. Yo, you live your best life, right? You don't let numbers get you down. Okay. We're at 5 so far. Suffix, I'm ruined. Suffix only ever guesses 1. 7? Wow, despite all the lava, it seems this particular bout of science has an equal amount of danger and profit. My degrees are in English and writing. Math is not for you. I have, I'll be honest about this, I have failed multiple, oh, why am I sharing this? University level math classes. That's when I decided that I should probably switch to poli-sci. Hey, Compunic, thank you for 22 months. I failed grade 11 math. You don't need to feel ashamed or nothing. That's fair. Yes. Yes. Okay, good. We're doing it. You have a degree in poli-sci, now I have a math job. So, I don't know. I think I've shared this story before. Let's just make sure there's nothing diagonally. So, I originally didn't know what I wanted. That's not true. Okay. So I didn't know what I wanted to do in university, but there was the expectation that I go to university. And sort of the default in North America, if you don't know what you're going to do and you're supposed to go to school anyways, it's the old business degree. Right, chat? Go get a business degree. Like, all right, you'll figure it out. Good old safe, reliable business degree. Now the issue was, I actually did really poorly in high school English. My math and science grades were high enough that the university would accept me, but they wouldn't accept me in the directly into the business program because my English was bad. You know what faculty did accept me? The Faculty of Computer Science. So I originally got enrolled at UVic with a poli-sci in the poli-sci department, which requires that you do like some comp sci stuff, which is fine because I like computer stuff. Ooh, I like computer stuff, but also a bunch of math. And therein lies the problem, because you're like, wait, Serge, didn't you just mention all the math courses you failed? Yes. Yeah, so the goal was I was going to enroll under comp sci and then switch over to business. So anyways, that was a disaster. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was having a lot of not fun. I failed courses. I was humiliated. I mean, this is a story a bunch of people know, is like, I was a smart kid in high school who suddenly turned into a very average kid in university. And that's, you know, hard for your ego when you're young. So, you know, did a little bit of soul searching, tried a bunch of different courses out. Really enjoyed poli-sci. So got into, you know, social sciences, political science, sociology, anthropology, got my degree, and then hilariously, like years and years later, found myself working in the software industry, found myself working in tech as basically as a poli-sci dropout. Pardon me. Tale as old as time, yeah. I dropped out the first time around at UVic. Now I'm here with less than a year away from graduating. That's awesome, Chaos Queen. Yeah, I don't know. It turns out I don't have much in the way of, like an academic work ethic. Which is not good. Had a rough experience. All right. Hey, guess what? Round 1 of science, despite all the lava, I'm going to say tremendously successful. We started with 10, chat. Ooh. All right, 1 second. 1 second. Got to get the book out. Well, we have a lot of winners, but 10 is also a number we hit routinely. Science, day 5. Congratulations to all of our winners. Our winners being Araninian. I are the loser. Not today, apparently. You're gonna have to change your name to I are the winner. Magical Attack Echo, Tiny Genius, a teeny tiny genius, and Zagrog. Congratulations to everybody who entered. Half day at school on your birthday. Happy birthday, Tiny Rex. That was a very successful first round of science, chat. There is no prize. We'll get a 15 sooner or later, I believe. That's lava. Oh, that's lava. This is my favorite Nether song, chat. Do you think we're gonna hit a 15 this season, chat? We have 7 more attempts. Just want to see a 13. You've missed them all. Oh, I think there's lava coming. The trick there was to dig a hole. Am I safe? Only time will tell. Nope. Well, let's go this way instead. How about it? Had the experience of getting my master's in theoretical physics, got sick, finally finished after 8 years, worked in tech, missed science, so I'm back at university doing a PhD in comp sci. Imposter syndrome's going hard now? That's quite the journey, Sage Master. Hey, thing 1 of 2C, thank you so much for 18 months, friend. Oh, I need to count. Right, this one is 430, 440-ish. All right, this one, this 2 counts. All right, so we have 2 on this branch so far, friends. Provided we actually TNT here. No! Ooh. I think if I turn this way, we hit our other path. No! We're going this way. No! Now we go this way. All right, that should be far enough. Wow, what a journey. What an emotional roller coaster we just experienced there. What do we need this wealth for anyways? We're dwarves. All right, the science bot is ready. Twitch chat, are you ready? TNT placing time. That's a lot of 8s, chat. It's a lot of 8s. New record, you can do it? Thank you, Jessica. I believe in the you that believes in me. Keep in mind, we already have 2. So Suffix, guessing 1. He just threw away his shot. Lucky 13. 13 is my favorite number. Very few things that I have favorites of. I like the number 13. All right, Twitch chat. Get those guesses in. All right, science in 3, 2, 1. Science. Max 48 again. All right. Not discouraged the first time. I like the way you think. Well, not a great start. Never mind. The skunk's out of the boat. All right. Wait, we already have 2. There is no skunk. 3. Wow. Wow. Yay. 4. Ooh. 5. All right. Okay. Okay. Parkour. Ow! You're to be very on fire. Ow! Question, what if I put a very big number in? Please do not try and break the bot. The bot is our friend. Science? Have we considered not being on fire so much? What? Sorry. Not fire? I thought I went further this way, didn't I? Is there just a bunch of... Hold on. I went way further around this corner, didn't I, or no? Yeah, I definitely did. Ah! No! Hmm. Don't you have fire pots? Yes, but if I use them, then they're gone forever. If I don't use them, I can use it sometime in the future when I need it. Haven't you ever played a Final Fantasy game? You never actually use your potions. They just take up space in your bags. So, I don't think there could possibly be TNT behind there. Because if there was, how did we get there in the first time? Right? What if we went over it? Okay, we'll come back for that. That doesn't count. Oh my god. Nope. All right. Five. Let's head back. Clearly, this is not a place of honor. Oh god, I saw a tweet the other day that physically hurt me. It was beautiful. This is not a place of poggers. This is like, this is a place of cringe. They're like, oh my god. You need a key before you get to that boss area? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Anime Kitty knows what's up. Oh, hello. You just took psychic damage from that? Yeah, that's fair. Alrighty. 5. With maybe a big asterisk on that one due to the difficulties brought by from lava. We have several winners. Congratulations to Balfazon, Electra, and Yogella. Amazing. All right. No lava this time? What do you think, chat? Any chance? The D&D game I ran, the party had to solve a puzzle to raise a bridge across lava. The solution awarded not only with a bridge, but also a Mox Ruby. I just want, like, no lava. Is that too much to ask for? Apparently. Apparently, yes. Okay. Stop it. Wait, what's my starting point here? 280. Okay, I want to get down to 140. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. You can do this, Nether. I don't need to believe in me. I need to believe in the Nether. Gah. Please. I'm just a man trying to do some science. Is that too much to ask for? Gunner with the 50 biddies. Seems like science today is testing your patience. Yeah. The real test is patience all along. Oh, this is looking promising. All right, all right. I haven't actually seen the new Street Fighter Magic cards. I saw the boxes. What are the actual cards? I mean, that's just sweet. Can we test doubling up on TNT in the Blackstone areas? I don't think that's worth it. I don't think spending more in a hard area is the way to go. Just avoid it. Because yeah, the goal is to remove the most amount of blocks possible, right? So I think you're better off spreading it out. If anything, I mean, I could be getting slightly more value out of the TNT by increasing the spacing between them. Hey, I think we're in luck here, chat. Hadouken? Oh, that is a Hadouken. Amazing. Yeah, look at this! We're doing it! What if I just kept going straight longer? All right, well, this is a pretty good sign to stop. All right, all right. This is a sign. This is where science starts. 2! This is our penultimate science of the day. Get your guesses in. You don't have many chances left today. Ah, all the 15s make me happy. I will die on the hill, which is always guessing 13. Proud of you. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. All right. Give you all a little bit more time to get in. We have 2 already. You can feel the 15 in your bones. I was going to say, Josh, something. I already have 2 and you guessed 0. All right. Get those guesses in because science starts in 3, 2, 1. Science! Ooh. Oh, I I don't know what was going through my head or what I thought the outcome was going to be, but I just flew right into lava there. Nice. All right, if these starting debris would be so kind as to have 3. All right, well, that's just rude. All right, 1. Okay, let's try this again. You there, lava, ancient debris. I want to get a record day, please, and that's going to require you to have friends. Awkward. Oh! Science. Yes. Okay, good. Good, good, good. 6. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. Numbers are continuing to go up. It's not the debris' fault that they're lonely. Okay. All right. Sorry. That came out as a little bit more hurtful than I intended. That wasn't the goal. Nice. Ooh. Oh, okay. So that's what we in the industry call... All right. Okay. All right. Now is when we use a potion. A lot of people were calling for potions earlier. Wasteful. Possibly even shameful. But that is when you use a potion. We don't use potions to splunk. We use potions to retrieve. Maybe we don't use potions to speculate is maybe a better way to do it. Is this an admission of defeat? No? Wait, I'm on top? Wait. Hello? That's a problem. Now, there were 3 here, right? All right. Where did that other one go? Was there only 2? I thought I saw 3. Help me out, chat. Can anybody review the tapes? How many were there? There were 3. Did it float up? I thought I only broke 2. Because there's the one I stood on, and there's the one right in front. I didn't see myself breaking a third one. Is this the bottom? I think this is literally the bottom of the lava ocean. Okay. Could have been the soul sand. Yeah. I thought I saw 3, but it takes a really long time to break ancient debris with a pick. And I definitely didn't break 3. You know what I mean? Could have been the sand. All right. Yeah, I think this is the bottom of the lava ocean right here. I wish when you had a fireproof potion that it didn't show you on fire and taking no damage. I wish it actually just made you fireproof, right? It's still visually very busy. Oops. Hello? Is that what it's supposed to make you fireproof? It makes it so you don't take fire damage, but you can still be set on fire, which is a little bit odd. When there's nothing left to burn, you have to set yourself on fire. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, shout out to like the 3 people in chat who picked up that musical reference. You're fireproof, your clothing aren't? That's all right, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, hello. Stacy approves. Yeah, it's like 3 people like, was that a Stars reference? I should listen to that album again. You know what? 8 is a very respectable number. It's not record setting, but it's something you can feel good about, right? I think we're also going to have just an absurd amount of winners with 8. Literally pulling the album up right now. Yeah. All right. 8. Wonder if I need a fresh page. You know what? That's 1 page worth. I probably almost certainly can't put it here. All right. Day 5 continued. Congratulations to Arctic Atlantic, Basil Hunter, Darth Vader, Yogella. Wait, back-to-back Yogella? Hold on. Wow, GG. Calderon, Mane, Man with the Golden Card, Meeple, Pip, Posit, Psycho Boy, Revenant, Rotary Sorter, Smith Korsaki, Stick Kill, The Aeon Map, Word Nerdify, and Yalk. Do I have room to actually put the winner in there? So that was 3-8. No, you always guess 8 and you switched it up today. I'm sorry. All right. Final science of the day. Feeling good about this area. Feeling good about right here. Feeling real good about right here. Wait, is that your first time in the books, Yelk? Congratulations. Right here. Soul Sand Valley isn't great, though. It'll do. It'll do. It'll do! Alright. Soul Sand Valley is great. Anything I said before, I take back and I apologize. Have you ever accidentally stumbled across old science? All the time. All the time. Which is why I try and go further and further away, because we used to hit our old science areas a little too regularly. Got bad news, Suffix. One is a bad guess again. Yeah, too fast for you, lava. Nice try. Gotta wake up pretty early to light old fireproof Jaeger on fire. That's what my friends call me. All right, everybody. It is time for the final science of the day. The final science of the penultimate science experiment. All right, the bot is ready. I already have 2. Here we go. Wait, we have 1,100 nicknames now? That's a lot of nicknames. You ready, chat? Yeses are still coming in, my goodness. Serge trying to get into entrepreneurship. Good on you. Good on you. All right. Science in 3, 2, 1. Science? It's magnificent. Good. 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 Science from downtown. It's only a single. Same with that one. Should we become concerned with Snurge becoming hostile? Snurge has always been hostile. I've been trying to warn you people for years. Alright, I need this to... Ow! Ow! Old fireproof Jaeger. I need this to be 3. Notably, not 3. Yeah. Oh, I saw one. I saw one on the way back. Science! There's one right behind that little rocky outcropping there. Pew. Oh, heck. That's a lot of lava. But, debris. Alright. Can you please be 3? Good morning, Quillpaw. 1. Yes! This is why you dig out the corners, Twitch chat. Dig out the corners. Okay, we're up to 7. Eight. Dig out your corners. Check your corners. It was only a single. But we're up to 8, which is very respectable. Can we get more? Signs point to... Uh-oh. Maybe not. Back-to-back 8s. Is it possible? I'd be okay with stopping here. You're biased, chat. You're biased. Your bias is showing. No, numbers must continue to go up. Serge, that's your own bias. Shh. What if the dais was entirely made out of ancient debris? No, that's... No. Maybe? Maybe? I don't think it's a pretty block is the problem. It worked as the elevator. Do it, you coward. If it doesn't look good, I'm not going to do it, though. If it looks good, well then. I mean, we've already decorated with some of the most expensive blocks in Minecraft several times. Wouldn't be the first time. Really taking my time here, trying to spot all of the sneaky ancient debris, which has so far continued to elude us. Looks like back-to-back 8s. Thus concluding science for the day. Well, that's a pretty good average, though. 8, 8, 10, and 5 gives us an average of what, like 7.8 on the day? Now, some of you can't help but notice there's a lot fewer winners at 8 this time than the previous time. Some of you didn't believe that lightning would strike twice, and you changed. Previously, when we had 8, all of these people won. But this time, our winners are Code Gorilla, Psycho Boy, Revenant, Smith, Tevildo, and Word Nerdify. Wait, do we have any back-to-backs here? Smith won back-to-back. Okay. So did Revenant. So did Psycho Boy. So did Word Nerdify. Okay, so we had 1, 2, 3, 4 people stick with their number. This is why you don't gamble? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could read so much into the gambler's fallacy with this. You've just been 8 all season. Amazing. It's a safe guess. Good morning, Snuggle Foxes. All right, can I find my way out? This one is kind of a mess. So I believe we turn right. Yeah. Then we turn left because that was a, yeah. Then we go this way. Then we take our next left. Correct? Yeah. Then I think we take another left and then we're at the staircase. So we take another left and then another left and we're at the staircase. Stairs. Aha! All right, I'm actually kind of proud of myself for that. With all the twists and turns we took underground. And now, of course, we're never going to find our way home. What's the average overall? I don't know if we've done the math for season 4 yet, but we have lots of data for the previous 3 seasons. North. I gotta go over this way just a little. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Good. Oh my god. Woo! All right, that was kind of cool. Man, feeling kind of pro. Feeling kind of pro, not gonna lie. All right, let's repair our stuff. Gamer, right? It's kind of amazing to me how little I've actually used the Ender this whole season. I don't know if I've ever used the Ender on stream. All of my experiences come from villager trading. Thank you for Science Serge and mods. Glad you enjoy it. Shout out again to Deimos for the science bot. Trading is super good for experience. Yeah. It's weird because like Sergecraft 3 is coming, right? Obviously. And in my mind, I'm like, God, am I just making another villager trading hall? It's just, they're so good. And we have easier villagers. Maybe I won't do the like curing thing again. Aaron Blademaster, what's up, friend? A diamond bean at tier 2. Thank you so much. Can we get some hearts for a brand new bean? What is that emote? Oh. It's a good Pride Love emote. Be cool to see a massive villager kingdom. We tried to do that with Joe Stotska. And the issue is, unfortunately, villagers left to their own devices will just die. It's like it's so much work. I kind of wish villagers did a better job of protecting themselves. Even when it's spawn proof, but that's the issue. The issue is spawn proofing it. It's a tremendous amount of work to try and make a village that looks both organic, in that you want them to be able to walk around and do stuff like that. That's also spawn proof. Like an outrageous amount of work. Isn't there a villager vending farm block in better villages? I don't know. I haven't really dug into it that much. I'm excited to explore it. Will Sergecraft 3 have mega torches? Yes. Yeah, we went over the whole list earlier. Oh, amazing. Joe said someone just bought me a coffee. I don't know how there's no way to set up alerts for Ko-fi that has like a sound alert. I think it showed up on the screen somewhere, but thank you, whoever you are. Yeah, every time something happens on Ko-fi, we get like 70,000 alerts. Welcome back to the throne room, BT dubs. All right. Where would we like to start as a warm-up activity? I have 1, decorate the walls. 2, on the dais. 3, arches. 4, ceiling. What you want. What you want. The model list isn't out in that there's no like command you can hit to publicly see it. We've just been talking about it on stream. Ceiling, then front thing. What's the hardest to change later? The ceiling. The ceiling is probably the single biggest piece. On the dais. Yeah, I know. Every time. I can't not sing that as well. The room can't be finished without the dais. It's true. The ceiling is the hardest to change. Maybe do it last. That's fair. All right, let's do a little warm-up wall, and then let's do arches. So I don't know if this is going to look good or not, but in my mind's eye, hello? Where'd all my polished stuff go? Didn't I have a shulker box right here that was filled with like random blocks? I thought I had a bunch of like polished andesite and andesite slabs. Oh, Joe says she moved it onto a wall somewhere here. Oh, haha. I see. All right. Joe came in to do some thumbnails and it was in the way, which I can respect. Oh, ironically, I don't even have any of the blocks I wanted. All right. Let's get like 32 of these. And then a bunch of stairs. And I hope this looks good. Let's do a little section first. So I have to pick these up. Because if I break the blocks under them and they fall, they could take damage and then they won't look as good. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I want to add some torches so we could see what we're doing. Wrong. So we're doing that because I think that'll look really good and help break up the texture a little. And then I want to do this. Because I think this will give it like kind of a neat texture. A little bit of depth. We love depth. And then we put the anvils back. What do you think? Before, after. Gunnar likes the after. Okay. I mean, we could do something completely different. But I kind of like it. Let me try one more change. So we have enough room here to play around with some other options. So I think everyone likes the polished andesite. Gold around the throne. We're probably not going to use gold. Gold In theory, I know what you say. I know what you think when you think gold. But in execution, gold always looks bad. It's a really ugly block to build with. We have tried to build with with gold a couple of times. All right. Second of all, we could do a full wrap. So regardless of the block texture, what do you think of the shape? Do you like the wrap better, or do you like the extra depth? Like, do you like seeing this? Wow. Serge, I know we're about to switch to modded, but you don't have to start making fun of, you don't have to start making fun of stuff like that. You like the wrap? You like the wrap better? All right, everyone likes the wrap. Okay, okay. Good. Very good. Throne stuff. What are these poles? Oh, these are going fast enough. These are going fast enough. I don't think the poles are going to be able to catch up. But yeah, Team Wrap is a million miles ahead. All right, we can try some other ones too. I don't think we're going to do a lot of stone brick, and I appreciate the suggestions there, but I think we'd texture it, but we haven't done solid brick anywhere yet. Just like in the build at all, right? It's very loud. What are our stair options? It needs texture. It has texture. It has texture in the depth. Waxed copper. It's probably not going to be copper. We have andesite. Andesite's going to be too loud. Andesite's already the floor. We don't have a lot of options here. Our options are basically... Are these bugged? Why are they... Look at that. That particular stair. For copper and copper, there's like two that are just offset from each other. That's so weird. Copper? No, I don't think copper is good there. I mean, let's look at it with brick. Me as well. Let's do both of these right now. Hello, music. All right, so we'll do full stone brick, and then we're gonna do just the old texturino. Ever get it completely backwards? See, I think that's way too busy. And the issue with the all brick is you end up losing the depth. So I think it looks way too noisy from afar. Whereas when it's a much cleaner line. Yeah, this is why when people say build with all brick, I typically am like, I don't think you realize what you're asking for. And then you have the one which is just the depth, but a little bit of texturing. And you think it looks accidental now, but we've used it all over the base, and it looks really good in MO. Because once you add that to walls as well, because like, here, this is the texturing, right? Like from a distance, if you have little bits of it in places, it just makes your build come to life. And we've done it everywhere else. Are we gonna move the bottom? No. I actually like this. We're not gonna move the pillars. Because I really like that the walls are flush with the frontmost there. Also, that's how it is in the reference image. That is flush. So I think... Yeah, and you don't notice Crooked Penguin. That's the thing. It's noticeable now because there's only a little bit of it, but when you do it on a big scale, it's much less noticeable. You mix stone brick with a cha-cha, mix up texture. Yep, different grays, concrete powder. I like splashing in andesite and gravel, which is typically why I leave my walls with the different textures. I just like it. You like the anvil railing? Thank you. Okay, so I think we're all in agreement that this is the way forward. We're going to do the wrap. We're going to do a little bit of brick, but for the most part, it's going to be smooth stone. We'll have to find a way to add a little bit of light here. This is the way. Oh, this is super random. I wonder if... No, maybe the edge doesn't work. I mean, I have to try. Hold on. Yeah, we can make that a secret light source. I don't know if we like that or not, but we could have it so that those walls just glow because light comes through stairs. I don't know. Yeah, you like it? Secret hidden light source? So I think if I do this, it works. So let's test. Does it have to be attached to the stair for it to work? So it's lighting up the edges ever so slightly. I don't know. I think there might be a lighting bug on this particular one. I don't know. Is the lantern overhead? We have symmetrical lanterns on both sides though, right? What's up, 10 piece? Blah, 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 10th piece of 8. Good morning, Mark. Okay, yeah, something weird was happening there. So those lanterns are symmetrical, yes. Is it just Optifine being weird? It may have been. But yeah, we get a little bit of that edge showing now. So it's not like a big old glowy light source, but it is a light source. So let's go ahead and texture that. Hilarious. All right. Okay, we found a build order. So here's what we have to do. We have to do this behind all of them. Toaster is 9 weeks old and the size of a kumquat. Adorable. Oh, the side's already done? Nah, this side has not been textured yet, though. So, yeah, let's not say it's done. We'll put the torches in last. All right, are those all picked up? We have to pick up these ones still. Wait, this one's done. Okay. So done and textured, done and textured. Then we're here, and then we're there. Yeah! Okay. Now we add all the torches to the back again. So like that, and like that, and like that. Wait, hold on. Saw you. Thought they were so sneaky. I've got a news flash for them. They aren't. And why are you so much brighter than the other ones? That one's so bright. The other ones aren't that bright. Why is that one so bright? Is there... I want them to be the same. You know what I mean? Did I do something wrong? What is happening here? Is it the extra torch on the ground? Okay, that's what it was. There was a random torch that was just sitting on the back and it was casting extra light, glitching through the wall, which was kind of funny. Oh my goodness, look at it. Even though it's a little dark, it adds so much shape and depth to that now, right? That's a good start. That's a good change. All right, I'm actually going to take a short break, use the washroom, get up and stretch a little bit. We've been going for just under 2 hours. When we come back, I think it's arches are next. So stick around. I'll see you in a sec. Hi, I'm back, friends. Thank you for sticking around during the break. I had to get throat goo. But we're doing better. Okay, so let's move on to something I'm a little bit nervous about here, which is I want to continue the arches to all of the pillars. Now, the problem here is a lot of these arches are going to be asymmetrical. And I hope that doesn't look bad. So the main issue here is these pillars have a 2x2 footprint. And currently, all of the arches are set up in little groups of 4, right? They're all on the inside. So it works, but I don't know. We'll see what happens there. And it's worth mentioning, we tested it, and these look real bad. Walls look really bad if we try and continue it, because they form these like checkerboard patterns. I don't know. Hey, Death of Spam, thank you so much for 7 months. I really appreciate it, friend. So let's do a little test area. We'll do a little test area here. And I also have to move that one. And we'll see how we feel about it. And if we hate it, well, we'll reevaluate. All right, so I don't need these. I don't need these. I don't need these. Oh, those are stone. They can go in the stone box. All right, deep slate. What I need deep slate block, deep slate stair, and a slate wall. I need more of all of these. So and now we're at deep slate. It's like an even amount, slightly more stair actually. So let's do that. Stair, stair, stair. Put our bow away. Oh, right, we can add this to our wealth box. All right, let's get distracted ever so slightly. Just trying to clean up our inventory so we have as much room as possible when we go to start building. Don't need an axe. I mean, that feels pretty good, right? Sitting on literal stacks. Oh, we've got plenty of netherite for our throne. Good. Especially once the season wraps up. The next current season of science, I should say. All right, we have this, we have this, we have this, and we need some netherrack now. The old builderino. All right, first order of business. Oh, right. This isn't flat anymore. It's going to make it slightly more difficult to make walls, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Came back at the same time as Serge. Amazing. Okay, so we're here now, and we're here now. Wait, where did my wall go? Why? Do, 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 boop, boop. Hope this looks good, and I'm really nervous. All right, like that's the easy part, right? So let's do it. This is going to be, okay, let's do it here, which I realize is different from what I said before. But it's highly visible, and I think that's going to be important for us to take a look at it and say, hey, I think this is good, or I think this is dumb. I'm patiently waiting for a notification my new laptop is ready. Ooh. I mean, that was me with my phone, Nat. My phone was so old. I was actually really nervous. I did the like the photo transfer and everything myself. Like I've never done that before. And I was worried that, you know, I was going to make a giant mess out of it, but it's so, I don't want to say idiot proof, but they did a very good job of walking me through the whole process. So good job, Google. Honestly, very pleased with the onboarding process of the new phone. Okay, so, wall. Right? So those arches look great because they're in a nice straight line, but that is now very obviously and clearly asymmetric. And I don't know how we feel about that. Is that weird? So if we continued it, it would be outside, outside, and then that one would just kind of be where it is. Maybe it works? I don't know. Hey, Thermos, thank you so much for 43 months. All right, so far the only person who said anything is Mid2, who says asymmetry is okay. Y'all on team asymmetry? It's only obvious because you're looking at it? Is it really noticeable otherwise? Maybe not? Like, it'll have a pattern. It's not just going to be completely random. Thermos! Thank you so much for 43 months of support, friend. I missed. Hey, what's up, kits? Welcome home. Welcome home! Oh, as if chat was home. I meant it more because I knew you're having long days at work, but that came out as very sweet. You like things that appear to be symmetric but subtly aren't? All right, all right. Shandara, thank you for 10 months of order or chaos. All important questions. You personally try and avoid any symmetry in your builds, but we're very different builders? Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, let's connect everything up. So that's there. That's looking good. That's there. So if I followed the floor, it would be here. What do you think of the new Pixel 6? It's impossible to tell at this point. Right now, everything feels strange because I've used the same phone for like 4+ years, so all my muscle memory is wrong. You'll have to give me a couple weeks. I can't just be like, oh my god, I love it. I haven't made a single phone call yet. Like, I spent 10 minutes trying to figure out how to go back. There's no back button. It's all hand swipe stuff with the new Pixel 6. So, yeah, I opened an image in Slack and couldn't get out. And I was like, oh, this is awkward. I have to look up how, like, shortcuts work on the new phone. And then it's fine, right? Like that's a Serge problem, not a phone problem, right? But I'll learn. Yeah, this is where I'm most worried about is right here. Right? Because this is where it's obviously asymmetric. In other places, you can kind of get away with it. But these central pillars, I fell. These central pillars. And yeah, you can turn it on with accessibility settings. Oh, absolutely. But it's also, I think, worth trying to figure out what I like, right? Like maybe these new changes they've made are good and cool. And I should just try and train my brain to get used to it. So I'm giving it some time. Yeah, one of my most common patterns of I hate having extra tabs or apps running in the back on my old phone. So on my old Samsung in the bottom left corner, there's a button I hit that would bring up a list of all the apps that were open, and I'd close it, right? So instead of minimizing, I'd always just close the app. And that pattern doesn't exist on a Google phone. And that's probably like the biggest brain jar I have, because if I switch between apps, it's just like, it's slightly different timing and slightly different rhythm. So it's tough. All right. So left side with more pillars connecting everything up. Ooh. Ooh. Right side, previously a little bit more clean. I hate that one. The rest are good. The rest are very good. But that one in particular really bothers me. Should I do all of them? Because this one's missing. But I like that. I like that that one's included now, right? I think that's really important. That cross section there. I don't know if I like this internal one. I don't know. What are your thoughts? Maybe it'll look better once I have another internal one there. More pillars. And by pillars, I mean arches. Does it look weird if you make it too wide? Yes, it looks really bad. We did a whole thing in creative the other day. So the issue with too wide, just to demonstrate, is this is what it looks like. So it's like super busy. And it's super chunky. And it doesn't give the nice, clean lines that we're looking for. Because every time it connects, it gives the little connected texture. I really didn't like it. And then also we have to deal with weird spots of like 1 versus 2, which is also tough. And if we're trying to hang lights from it too, the too wide doesn't work. The too wide doesn't work for like a varied reasons. That's not a word, Serge. Varied isn't a word. I wanted to say for various reasons and myriad reasons, and it came out as varied. You ever just make up words? Oh, all the time. Go there, please. Go there, please. You just go away. All right. And now we're here. Now we're here, right? Yeah, inside track. Shakespeare did, and look how he turned out. Yeah, he's dead. That's a weird joke, Serge. Okay, I hate it less now. I hate it less now that it has a friend. Nope, I love it. Okay, I'm back on team love it. That one's probably on me, Anime Kitty. Look, I'd like to blame chats for all my shortcomings. Blame chat for all my shortcomings, but I think that one was on me. Oh, that is wrong. That one's supposed to be back one. Oh, hello. Random hole in the roof. May I have my block back, please? Did it fall? I think I need to have some smooth stone on me. This is not my first mistake. My first mistake was not having stone on me. Oh my god! Can't believe I stuck that landing. Let's just pretend that that was deliberate and I could redo it at any time I wanted to. Alright, so we're inside this time. There we go. You got it. Thank you. Now, inner wall again on this side. Wait, I said inner and then I made it outer. Serge. Serge. Rookie mistakes. So what's new and good with all of you, friends? I'm at the point now where we're just doing sort of samey things, so it's pretty easy for me to just randomly chat, check in. What's a general vibe of the brew crew these days? It's nearly the weekend. Does that count? Absolutely, that counts. Especially if you've got like bonus points for exciting weekend plans too, or even just bonus points for not exciting weekend plans. That's me. All right, I need another one over here. Hour away from a 4-day weekend. Excellent, excellent. Your weekend plans are sleep, naps, and quiche. Holy Trinity. Alright, so we're this side again. It's raining, your allergies are flaring up. Yo, I've been in not a great spot for allergies. I've been having like a really bad like skin time from allergies, which is kind of the worst. Just like itchy. Clean the house and work, you know, so it goes. Waiting to hear back from John interviews, and also the it's the witch queen. What's the new Destiny that's coming out? It's exciting. Waiting for an unpleasant phone call. I'm sorry to hear that, Electra. Wait, Horizon Forbidden West releases tomorrow. I still haven't played the original. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Anime Kitty. That's super tough, friend. Keyword there is mend. I heard, did somebody say Witch Queen? Yeah. Just hype for stuff. I got a couple games I'm hyped to check out next week. There's Ixion, which we talked a little bit on stream yesterday about. So here's an interesting question. It sort of involves switching up the schedule a little, but like next week there's something called, it's like Steam Demo Week or something like that. We could do a series of like short explorations of new games. I don't know. It's like 3 hours is not a very long time to play a particular game, but it might be neat to do one day where we did like 3 hours of 2 demos or something like that. Got word this week that my job is being made permanently at home, which is awesome. Hey, that's rad. School all weekend for you, says I'm a real cat. All right, so we have added these. I still don't know how we're going to tie it into this wall yet, so we're going to leave it. I don't know if we're going to change the size of the room or what to line that up, but you know, so it goes. Oh, right. I think something we didn't do. Yeah, we still have to add polished andesite tiles. So let's do that next. People seem to be pretty on board for the idea of a demo stream day. Cool. I mean, I guess it kind of scans with the... We did a bunch of streams, which are just like, hey, let's talk about games that we're excited about in the future. And that's kind of an extension of it, right? Too many games, not enough time. All right, that's definitely enough andesite. Pardon me. Okay, so where do I start? I guess I could continue the pattern, right? So the pattern was, we're there, so I do this. Oops. Instant mining, you're a little too OP these days. Just, you know, just saying. It's kind of wild to think that in a week, we'll be back to iron tools. After getting spoiled by being so OP for so long. So, yeah, that makes sense. And then I guess here? What do I do here? Oh, geez, I broke something. Did I break any of the other ones? No, they're good still. Okay. So at some point, we are going to be doing, I don't want to say a mosaic, but we're going to be doing a little bit of patterning around the inside of the floor, probably with polished andesite. But for now. Oh, actually, heck. What did I do down below? Did I just ignore? Okay, I just ignored and I kept going. Oh man, do I want to change the whole pattern? Because we're doing like a pretty thick base around the bottom of all these pillars, right? So something I could do to change the side wall pattern is I could put the polished stairs there and then make a symmetrical pattern in between it. So it would go from being just the same pattern around the entire exterior. Let me just show you what it would look like. What's up, Street Rage? Change it now or never change it? Exactly. All right. I need you to tell me what you think is better. And then that's 7, so it would look like that. So instead of what we have below, we'd have this. Right? And then down below, we have that. So we have a symmetrical repeating pattern around the entire exterior, or a pattern that connects into the towers. I don't know. It's a little weird because of the trim, right? It doesn't surround the whole pillar, which is fair. Oops, I just tossed that down. So like, I don't know what the fix there would be either. Like, do we suddenly do this? Is that weird? That's weirder. I don't like that. Make a stair? Stair would be weird too. You like the original one? The original one was nice in that it was simple. Use blackstone slabs to make it flat, then we lose the depth. So it's not just the color, it's also the fact that it's raised up that gives the whole really nice trim. So making it slabs, you just lose the whole thing, right? I think maybe we just have to stick with the original. Yeah, like, I don't love this either. I think that's interesting. I just don't like how they mix in. Try removing one of the blocks. So you'd say just do this. I think that's weirder. So we don't have a trim around the outside of the room anymore, right? And then we have these. It looks like that looks like a stand now, as opposed to a trim. It looks like I'm making an altar. Like little brimothy plinths, yeah. I know. All right, no changes. Let's just go back to what we had before. It's good to try. It's good to test things out and take a look, right? Even if it doesn't work, no harm in checking. There we go. When is detail just noise versus when it brings it together? Yeah. Tough question, right? So it looks like for these ones, it's just slabs and then it stairs around the center ones, right? That's okay. It's okay to switch it up and have different things. Yeah. It's a little bit tougher with like this one. Like, all right, I guess you're out enough that you get to be stairs. Nope. How is this room so big? Asking for a friend. Just what a tremendous amount of work this build is. Thanks for giving it a shot. Yeah. Again, maybe we stumbled into something amazing. Need like another stack here. I think if the stairs and the trim were the same color, it would look better on the wall ones. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that worked really well on one side, and you're like, I'm just going to extend it everywhere. And then you start seeing all these new corners and new shapes, and you're just like, wait a second. Hold on. I don't know if I thought this through enough. But yeah, it's like on the one hand, I really like the contrast we have, and then I really like that. And unfortunately, they don't perfectly line up and do the same thing again, right? Kitty! We have a brand new sub, friends. Kitty Horrible. Welcome. I really appreciate the support. I hope you're having a great day. Yes, I would love to see some hearts. Welcome our new friend. Yeah, and like this one again is kind of weird, right? But I guess it works. This is funny. I think this is the sort of thing that like I have the tendency to agonize over. And then most of the time I don't even know how many people would actually even notice it, right? Like people aren't going to come into my build and then critique. Like, oh, this was great, except for can't help but notice in the back left corner you had a repeating pattern with the base of your towers and your wall, and it just doesn't work. Brains are really good at finding patterns. Hello? How many times can I get that wrong? There we go. Like, look at what a great difference that made already, right? Just adding that little bit of detailing up here. Is this side done already? It is. Oh, I love it. Look at how much more finished the room looks just by having done that. Yay! Okay, so now I have more pillars to add. Wait, did I miss one? Oh, heck, I did. When I was working in this corner, I missed that one. Well, let's just fill our inventory full of blocks and let's get all of the pillars done. That's my goal for right now. It's kind of an oofa doofa moment, but you know, it's got to get done eventually, right? All right, so I need all of the andesite walls. Probably gonna need a little bit more. Need all the deep slate blocks, all the deep slate stairs. It's an empty shulker box. Yikes. Let's try that again. Just perfectly launched myself into a wall, you know, as one does. All right, so starting from here, we're just going to go all the way along this back wall until it's all done. Should there be half pillars on the entry wall where the shulkers are? What do you mean by half pillars? Do you mean that there's along the back wall? Oops, I fell. Like, is this a half pillar? I'm not quite sure what you mean by half pillar. Oh, all right, we're all the way here. So let's just make our way down. So we do block, block, stair, 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 wall. The wall pillars. So I don't know yet. The issue is the spacing is wrong for there to be a pillar there. So if we were to continue the pattern, we'd have to push that wall back and have a 7 gap between the two. So since that's the case, since the spacing between isn't quite right, I don't know what to do. I don't know if we should break the pattern or continue the pattern. So for now, we're just going to ignore it. But I would not say that it's just correct to throw. We might end up doing it later, but my brain doesn't immediately say continue that because that's not the way the pattern works, right? Gunner, no. Gunner, no. Don't do it. What do you know to do? How dare you? No! Canal. How dare you? Wouldn't this room look nice with a water feature? I'm going to choose not to engage with this because then you might end up talking me into it. I already told you there's no room for scope creep. We're on a very tight schedule. And I've already promised you a lava canal in a different... We have lava room at home, chat. All right? We have lava canal at home. You can have it later. You're really good. If you eat all your broccoli, you can have some for dessert. All right, so this whole left side is done. I think. We still have to add more. Actually, maybe I like the alternating lanterns. Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we add more lanterns or not. Yeah, if you don't settle down, I swear we're going to turn this canal right around. What about second lava canal? That's exactly what I've already promised you. I've already promised second lava canal. Taste in dessert is concerning. What, you don't go for a big bowl of canal after a hard day at work? Just like Nonna used to make? Now that was deliberate. That wasn't a fall. That was a strategic deceleration towards the ground. What did my Nonna make for dessert? What did Nonna make for dessert? It's been a while. Nonna passed away when I was quite young. I remember getting a lot of palichinke, but that was breakfast, which are basically like crepes with either like cream cheese or jam or Nutella in them. That wasn't dessert, that was just breakfast. We used to get a lot of baci, which are like Italian chocolate kisses. I don't remember. For Sergecraft, set a fundraising goal, like $1,000 per canal. You'd probably hit it. Oh, man. Gunner with the 50 biddies. Some people root for Falls. Some root for Squeaks. Everyone roots for Joe. But me? I root Canal. I hope you got good dental coverage for that. Oh, Gunner. Yeah, look how good that looks now with the connected wall. Do you think we need lights on everyone? We could do alternating lantern height. I don't know. Hey, congratulations, Suffix. 2.5 years in your current place and you're finally hanging your prints. Yeah. I don't know. We'll worry about lights in a second. Let's get all the rest of these support arches in. How much is Kaio on a punch-a-chunk? It's 50 bucks. 5,000 bitterinos. But yeah, we've talked about this before, just with like the general vibe I have on the channel too. I don't really set goals for stuff like that. I mean, James is very good for creating events, eventizing his content. Be like, I'll do a thing if you give me money. You're like, ah, good. And everybody claps. My vibe is just like, hey, I'm just going to do the same thing I always do. And if you support it, if you enjoy it, you know, maybe throw a little something in the hat. But I don't know. Just leaving money on the table there. But at the end of the day, it just makes for a better vibe. People have been like, you know, make a creeper hiss noise. I'm just like, God, no. That sounds miserable. I think at the end of the day, it's just like, maybe it's a weird control thing. Just like, I like the way I steer the ship being the stream. And all of a sudden, if it was just like, now you have to do X, it's just not the way I like to do, not the way I like to vibe. The things I love about Twitch is how many different valid ways to steer ship. Absolutely. You're more like a cruise boat captain? Sure. And we do the same thing every night. Try and make Serge build canals. You're not even wrong. It's neat because, like, obviously there's a market for that. There's a market for ways for people to try and, like, get additional revenue streams, trying to get that type of interaction. I get a lot of emails from startup companies who are also trying to monetize that particular thing as well. That's always weird to me. Alright, where are we here? We're good. Oh. Alright, that was a fall. That was an uncontrolled descent as opposed to some of the other ones, which were... I was in 100% control. Oh, Yalk, please. You have access to a significantly better falling mode than that. Significantly better. All right, let's talk lanterns. Do we want a lantern at every... I want to, you know, every north-south one. I don't think we'd put them at every single arch, right? All right. No soul lanterns. FAQ. This is... Soul lanterns make a room feel cold. It's not what we want. We don't have soul lanterns anywhere else. We want to make sure this room continues to feel like all of the other rooms. That's right, Anime Kitty. Looks good as it is. It is still a little dark. So, like, there's nothing wrong with more lanterns there. Also, there is an asymmetry we already have too. Which is, we are missing... Oh, hello? That was a weird little hiccup. Oh, Uno joined the game, and so I teleported back in time. So, like, for example, we have 3 lanterns here, but only 1 here. Right? It's kind of weird. Two lanterns there, none there. I like the alternating up here, but I think maybe for the entrance, or maybe that's okay. I think that one needs one, though. I have 13 left. That's fine. Okay. Oh, yeah. Wait. No. No, because then that doesn't alternate. I just realized that it was perfectly alternating before. Maybe it's okay? Weird. Because, yeah, it's alternating on the outside right now, right? Which I think is kind of great. No. When you make the jump and then fall off the other side anyways. Oh my goodness. Hello? Parkour? This is embarrassing. Go the long way. All right. Oh. Pardon me. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Oh, oh. Well, that's kind of convenient, isn't it? The pattern repeats itself. I could potentially also bring the room forward 2 blocks. Hello, cheeseburger. Oh no. So I was just thinking, if we went up and we did the cross pillars, yes, you stay in your cage. So we need higher ones. And I think they work currently. Why call it cheeseburger? It's just a very, very, very long time ago in a previous Minecraft playthrough, we started calling them cheeseburgers and that stuck. No, the magma cubes are spicy cheeseburgers. Flaming hot jalapeno cheeseburgers. You haven't had a cheeseburger in ages? Oh, highly recommend. They're delicious. So I think the first thing that we do is we're gonna have to go up and we're gonna have to put a bunch of scaffolding in here. So let's do that now. You just got a cheeseburger for lunch? Now I'm jealous. Now I want a cheeseburger. I mean, I have leftover pizza, so I'm not necessarily in a bad spot. But chat, please. All right, let's grab a tremendous amount of netherrack and let's add ourselves some scaffolding here. And I don't think that's going to be enough. This is just such a large room. So let's do what I want to do before we decorate the ceiling is I want to do the some support pillars. Oh, it is coming up on lunchtime. That would explain why I'm hungry. I would love it if you started heating up lunch. Yeah, please, Jojo. Chat started talking about cheeseburgers and now I'm hungry. Joe now also wants a cheeseburger. Chat, what are you doing? Chat, how could you? Burger Squad strikes again. My work here is done. You didn't do anything. Oops. Goodbye, Torch. Having scrambled eggs for lunch? Nice. You had burgers last night, so you're safe? I've been really craving curry for a bit. But it's like, curry can be so belly heavy that sometimes it's not necessarily always the best course of action. I think the last time I had butter chicken, was it for my boosty? I think I ordered butter chicken for my my boosty celebration. It's been about a month now. Oh man, I would love to have a cheeseburger sponsor. That'd be sick. Can you imagine? You know, if any of the big burger chains are watching right now, if you're Mr. the Burger King or Hamburgers or Woot Beer of A&W fame, call me. My rates are very affordable. I would eat hamburgers on stream. You could pay me in free burgers. Yeah, Wendy. Are you watching, Wendy? What's better? Burger or Korean fried chicken? Oh, don't make me pick. Would you really want to be sponsored by Burger King? I'd eat a Whopper on stream. How many Whoppers would I have to eat, though, right? I don't know if I'd probably start to feel pretty gross if I had to eat a Whopper a week. But I'd eat a Whopper a month. Sir, this is a Wendy's sponsored stream? Yeah. A&W are a bunch of union busters, though? Oh, that's a yikes. Don't like that. You'll eat burgers on stream for money, but you won't profit from canals? Yeah, but like if a sponsor approaches, again, it's different. Because like I can schedule a sponsored burger event, you know what I mean? But like if somebody said like, here's $10, eat a burger right now for my enjoyment streamer, that gets a little bit weirder. I think it's again about the idea of control. There's a difference there. There's a difference there. Because the problem with the canal goal is then some very well-intentioned person would come in and be like, drop what you're doing and give me a canal. Almost like, you know, drop what you're doing and give me 10 push-ups. I mean, speaking of push-ups, I have thought about doing fitness goals. Do like a fitness cam? I don't know. Yeah, in conclusion, I'd accept a burger sponsorship. Pardon me. Sounds like a very different stream, sure. People can send you money to make you do push-ups. No one's done it yet. Yeah. You're like, come on, I want to get swole. Not even money, just channel points? Oh, interesting. So my issue is I'd want to set up a camera. I'd want to set up a fitness camera. But I don't have room in my office to like lay down and do sit-ups, you know what I mean? But there was a it's been a while, but there was a League of Legends streamer, I think I've talked about this before, who, and I love this twist. They used fitness not as a punishment, but as a reward, which I think is really important as well. And it'd be like, if we win, we do push-ups. I'll do sit-ups for kills, or, you know, all sorts of stuff like that, right? Do squats? Oh, yeah. Oh, I do. I got my kettlebell. I could do kettlebell swings or something. Anyways, I just thought that was, like, actually kind of great. Just somebody doing a very fitness positive sort of thing. Okay, so now that I've got some scaffolding, let's do some cross beams here. Do you have room for swings? Not in my office. In my living room, I do. Squats will keep you more in frame. That's fair. Really enjoyed donating for streamers to take care of themselves and encourage chat to as well. Heck yeah. Brian David Gilbert does a biking stream every morning. He sets a criteria for high intensity minutes depending on the game he plays. Neat. I have heard of what are their treadmill desks or something like that, which is also very neat. There's a live where Graham did squats and disappeared out of frames every time. Nice. Good morning, Trick. Yeah, we've got some big progress done today. So we finished all our pillars. We finished our floor. And now we're working on our high arching ceiling area here, where one of the first things we're probably going to do is like our big cross support beams, which would be cool. You have a standing desk with a treadmill that can go underneath it. That's really cool. Oh man, that'd be a really neat way to stay focused during meetings. Like actually, because I like to be a little bit active. I like to fiddle during meetings. Can you imagine like literally jogging during meetings? Huh. Boop. Boop. One of your coworkers does that? Heck yeah. A little bit further here. 10 out of 10 would recommend if you can afford it. The thing that always comes back to this over and over is space. Fortunately, at the end of the day, I live in a rather small apartment. All right, look at this, friends. We got some scaffolding set up here. So I think the first thing I want to do is I want to extend the deep slate up, because I think it's going to be kind of an easy win. And I think we want to do something similar to what we've done in other rooms, which is we take it and we just bring it up one, right? Just like that. And we did something similar here as well. Has the dishwasher been taken care of? Yes. Yeah. So the end. Okay. All right. Let me catch you up on. Oh, well, wait. Hello? Where did you spawn? Hello? Can you spawn on anvils? Okay, the light level is fine. Where is there a solid block? The scaffolding is torched, though. Right? They were here. Oh, one of these stairs is spawnable. This is spawnable, and this is spawnable. Okay, so they spawned on the stairs and then walked over. Neat. Very neat. Let's head up top, and it's lunchtime. Hello, everybody. Welcome to lunch. Smash cut to lunch. Let me get some lunch tunes on. Let me tell you the dishwasher conclusion. Some of you may have heard this, but I'll catch you up if you haven't. Lunch. There we go. So, I got a new dishwasher. And I got a new dishwasher in October. Well, I purchased a dishwasher in October. And then, you know, COVID, supply chain issues, and then a giant storm hit and wiped out all of the highway infrastructure that goes east to west in Western Canada, which is kind of terrible. So all that sucked. All that sucked. So a couple of weeks ago, in early January, the dates are starting to fall apart. It was finally delivered. And I was like, this is great. It was on a Tuesday. It was on 9 o'clock. I masked up during 9 o'clock. And it is what it is because we had people in our house. And I found out, to my dismay, that the person who delivers a dishwasher is not the same person who installs a dishwasher. So then we had this giant appliance just sitting in the middle of our apartment. We're like, well, this sucks because as we've talked about routinely, I have a very small apartment. So having this enormous box was bad. Just kind of stressful. So we waited a week to be like, okay, maybe the installation people will contact us. Let's see what happens. And didn't hear from anybody. So finally, I decided I was getting stressed enough about enough stuff was piling up and I was stressed enough that I took a day off work and I just decided to call all the places I need to call to try and resolve things. And the first people I called was dishwasher people. And so for that, I called the delivery people, because I didn't actually know who to talk to for installation, who told me to call Home Depot. I called Home Depot, who transferred me to Appliances. I called Appliances, who hung up on me. So I called Home Depot, who transferred me to Appliance again. Finally got a hold of somebody. And they transferred me to the installation company who outsources everything. This is why this all sucked and why I needed to take a day off, because it's like 45 minutes to an hour of just getting transferred around. I finally get a hold of the installation people, and they're like, all right, according to our notes, you were scheduled to have it installed in November, which is when it was originally supposed to be delivered. And I was like, well, I got bad news. It was delivered on Tuesday and it's January now. So if I hadn't called, it literally never would have been installed because the installation date had already passed. So it was good that I was being proactive. So they put me on a list. I'm like, oh, great. Whatever does that mean? And I decide, let's go into town. Let's buy a new cell phone. You can see all the pieces are starting to fall into place here. And as I'm walking into town, I live about a 20-minute walk outside of downtown. I get a phone call from an installation people, and they say, hey, we had a cancellation. Can you be home in 15 minutes? And I'm like, ah! So turn around, ran home, and like frantically tried to get our place ready. One of the downsides of getting your dishwasher installed is having to empty out your dishwasher. So we start like throwing all the dirty dishes into the sink to make it work. Yeah, no Applebee's in this particular narrative. So yeah. I didn't know you could replace the appliances in an apartment. I thought the landlord would have to do that. Installing stuff like that is no joke. That's the thing, exactly. Some people are like, install it yourself, forehead. I was like, not a plumber. And it is terrifying for, I don't know, the thought of being on the hook for like a tube breaking and flooding something, right? I'm definitely not qualified. What hey? Pizza. What's our lunch topic? Hopefully it can be not hopefully it can be not appliances, but that's the resolution. We've lived here since 2014. It's been a while. Games I'm looking forward to. I think Tarkov is winding down, which is kind of exciting. Like, I'm still having fun, but not as long. Or not as much as before. It's just like starting to plateau progress-wise. I've been flirting with Final Fantasy XIV again. I'm a little bit intimidated to take the jump because it's be a lot of time. But I'm stoked for Ixion. I've tweeted about this. I talked about it in the Discord as well. Very cool game in about a week or two. I think that's the game I'm most hyped for right now, honestly. Join us, yeah. Who's the strongest member of the Straw Hats and why is it Zoro? I think, man, stupid sexy Zoro. I don't know if Zoro or Sanji was my favorite of like the strong crew. Will I be doing any pen and paper RPG or any lure stuff? I mean, Dice Friends is in kind of a, I don't know, that gets too much into the weird lure scheduling thing, which I'm always uncomfortable to talk about because I don't know what's been announced. We'll see. Any movie recommendations? At Shivam's recommendation, I started watching this very bizarre live action wuxia TV show. Very silly. Very, very silly. Oh man, great question from Trick. If you received a sum of money that would allow you to enjoy the travel anywhere and do anything, what would it be? Not even necessarily getting paid for it. Step one, COVID is over. To be determined, but like when that happens, I have so much built up travel, what's it called? Wanderlust. I want to go to Korea. I've already got it planned out. It's a month-long trip. I'm going to maybe try and write it off as a business expense by like travel vlogging all the cafes, maybe some more coffee with Serge, or maybe just a bonus thing. Maybe we'll do some live streams or something. I don't know. We'll write it all off. Yeah, we take a month. And I think the way geography works is we do Japan because it's there first. We do a week in Japan. Then we do 2 weeks in Korea because I've never been to Korea. And then we stop by Bangkok because we're already that far, because why not? And I buy another coffee mug. And then we head home. Serge is just in it for the mug, right? Yeah, the whole plan exists just so I can go buy another mug. Serge, Joe would be so proud you planning things out. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know anything about Korea, other than I'd probably really have a good time. The food is great. But I can at least, like, pretend I know something about Japan. Because, you know, I've watched an anime or two. Are you okay with discussing how much that sort of thing would cost? I have no idea. I'd have to, like, it's not even at the budget thing right now. Wait, there's a YouTuber in Korea that has 8 corgis? Amazing. Your level of planning stresses me out low key. Well, like, again, step 1, you know, we beat COVID. I'm not quite there yet. Sometimes it's kind of nice just to, I mean, it's an amount of tremendous privilege to be able to, like, show up in a random country and have an allowance to just figure stuff out when you get there. I realize that. That being said, it is really nice to have empty spots in an itinerary to actually just chill, or to allow for something spontaneous to happen. Do I allow for too much chill and too much spontaneity? Probably. But maybe it'll change. I don't know. I haven't really planned a big trip like this since going through a couple years of being a professional project manager. Maybe everything's different now, right? You're on team plan about a third of a trip? Yeah. Yeah, but I think when a lot of people say they plan a third of a trip, they know where they're staying every night. I'll show up. I'll show up and I won't have accommodations. And then Joe's like, Random YouTube watcher here and saw that you're online. Hey, welcome, Shiny Elva. That's too far. Okay. Let me share a story with all of you. So Joe and I were in Japan in 2010. And we were, I think we're somewhere in the west of Japan. I don't know, it could have been like Kyoto. And a week later, we had hotel accommodations in Tokyo. And we had nothing to do in the meantime. No accommodations, no nothing. I was like, perfect. We know we want to go to and this is, my pronunciation is going to be terrible. I think it's called a ryokan. But I think when I said that word to a fluent Japanese speaker, they're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like a hot spring resort, which is kind of cool. So I'm like, Joe, we're going to go to a Japanese travel agent while we're in Japan, and we're going to book this trip, and everything is going to be great. And don't worry about it. Like, we've run into a lot of people who have passable English. We could stumble through this. We can make this work. And Joe's like, I hate you. I'm like, no. Don't worry about it. We're totally going to make this work. So we walk into a travel agency. None of them speak English. And this is 2010. And Joe's like, And I'm like, don't worry about this. I'm going to I'm just going to charisma through this. And I kid you not, we sat down with 2010 technology, 2010 Google Translate, and managed to book this trip of like typing into a thing, rotating the screen with the terrible Google Translate and passing it back and forth. And there was like, you'd have to parse questions. One of the questions like, does it eat fish? And I was just like, and the question was, are you okay with a seafood course, right? And I was like, does it eat fish? Oh, yes, that sounds great. And so I have to bring up a map, and I have to bring up a map. And this ended up being one of the highlights of our trip. Map of Japan. All right, where are you, chat? Chat's hiding here. Okay. So we ended up we're like over here somewhere, and we're over there somewhere. And we ended up finding a place to stay in Stretch. I can't remember what it was called. There's a beautiful little mountain community. Somewhere here-ish. Takayama! There it is! Right here! This beautiful town of Takayama. And we just like walked around and we had this amazing time and it was so pretty. Yeah, so we got on the Shinkansen, which would have connected from here to here, and then like got a little commuter train and just went up this beautiful mountain valley and just got to walk around here. And it was so cool. It was so cool. It was like this tiny little town and we could walk from like temple to temple. It was super beautiful. And there's like, there's an old town on the other side of the mountain. There's a new town. Sorry, what's that, sweetie? Yeah. And one of the highlights of our trip just kind of came around from leaving that flexibility. I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool. Well, Farisar. How you doing, bud? Now you want to rewatch the Graham and Kathleen Japan Travel Vlogs? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, a lot of Joe's Japan stories are like, I'm hangry. And I'm like, here's some dessert. And she's like, the day is saved. Joe said she found a little shop that was only desserts and it was the best. You need to come in here and share your stories, sweetie. You need to come in here and share your stories. Are you in PJs? Oh, she's in her PJs. Joe will not be sharing her stories right now. I will be translating her stories. There was a day we were at Ueno Park and we were walking around. We got hangry. And we stumbled across a cute little restaurant that only had dessert. And then their day got better. Joe would like to correct me and says it wasn't a restaurant, it was a deli, except instead of meat, it was all dessert. You're going to Japan for your honeymoon? That's awesome. Farisar, I want to switch lanes ever so briefly. I missed this PoE League entirely because of Tarkov, and I feel really conflicted about it because I've had a really good time grinding PoE, but yeah. Honestly, Japanese bakeries, oh my god. They crush it. They crush it. Pizza's extra delicious today. Our new oven has low broil, and I didn't realize how amazing low broil is. I've only ever experienced one setting of broil, and it makes the pizza melty without like, I don't know, without nuking it, I guess, is a way to think of it. Do you have a pizza stone? No, we just put it on like an oven tray. Give a low broil a try. Low broil a try. We made ninjas. We made nachos the other day too. And yeah, just in terms of getting the perfect consistency of melty cheese without crispy crust. Do you have an air fryer? No, we don't. Is a pizza stone like cast iron in that you want to heat it up first? So you'd like put it in the oven, make it super toasty, put it out, put the pizza on it, put it back in? That's a yes? Okay. Turning 30 in June, and my mom had plans to bring me to Japan for it. Which would be my first time, but it had got canceled because of the pandemic. Look, the big thing I've been looking at for pandemic stuff is these places aren't going anywhere, right? We'll have lots of opportunities to do lots of great things when it's safe to do so. Oh, just leave it in the oven. Okay, okay. Japan next year. I'm going on vacation. No, Japan, come back. For this Korea trip, to circle back, I've been telling friends, this is neat, and I've never done this before, but I've been telling friends to absolutely show up. I think I was talking to Fuji, and I was like, yo, Fuji, if I'm in Seoul, and you just want to show up for like 5 days, or if you just show up in Bangkok while I'm there, power to you. I would love that. Because I don't want to make people commit to following my whole trip, but for my mutuals, if I shared the travel itinerary and people wanted to take their own vacations and overlap with it, how cool would that be, right? Like, I'm just sitting in Japan and Ashton shows up. I'm just naming people I know who sometimes lurk in chat. Does Fuji live in Korea? No, Fuji lives in the States. Right? Because then again, if I'm trying to make this a business write-off, if I have some of my business friends show up too, business expenses, just write it all off. Who would you be most terrified but also completely trust to book a trip for you without having any idea what you're in for? Joe Kim. I'd let Joe book my entire itinerary for Korea, and I have no idea what would happen. But I'd be like, look, he's gonna show me a good time, and I trust him, and I'm a little scared. Right? I don't know if I'd trust Beej and Ian. I think they'd be too weird. See, like, I'm surface layer weeby. I worry to be too weeby. Like, Beej, I think would be too frugal. Beej would be like, I got you a great deal on all of these hotels. And I'd be like, they're in the middle of nowhere. He's like, yes, but they're super cheap. And I'd be like, but I see, I'm very specific in where I stay. Normally, I find the best cafes in a city, and then we do like a search radius. Honestly, that's how That's how I travel. I find my favorite cafe in the city and I find the closest hotel to it within my budget, right? Is there a destination you visited you expected not be great or entertaining and had an amazing time? Bangkok, the second time. Bangkok, the first time we showed up, kind of sucked. It was a lot. And then when we came back to Bangkok, we're like, oh wait, the city is actually rad. Whoa! Zagrok says there was a cancellation of my country's national team for the upcoming, oh, I don't know how to pronounce this word, Raichi World Championships. So I'm now on it. And I'm looking to travel to Vienna in August. It'll be my first time on a plane. I haven't left my country in a millennium. That's so cool, Zagrok. Congratulations. Wow. All right, I'm done my pizza. I'm gonna wash my hands. I'm gonna very quickly use the washroom and then let's get back to building, friends. Thank you for hanging out during the lunch break. Yeah, we're returned. I really need a haircut. It's pronounced Ricci. Thank you. Look how shaggy we are. This keeps happening. Music. Glares through shoulder length hair. I think at a certain point though, if your hair is long enough, you can pull it back and it stays. Pardon me. My hair wants to do a lot of this. It's being very like 2000s emo kid right now. Not the Timo kid. Our staircase can spawn mobs. Fascinating. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is I need to extend up these pillars into the roof a little bit. And I didn't bring any of the blocks with me. Bold move. Bold move. Let's see how that works out for him. Let's grab some of these. Good, good, good. Let's grab some of these. Also, good, good, good. Ow. Hello? Oh, okay. All right. All right, so we're here. So what do I do about this? What do I do about this? We've got these walls. So like, Stare, stare. Good start. Good start. Oh, that was exhausting. Walls? So what I want to do is I want to figure out where the height is going to be, and I want to do this shape again. So at some point I want to have this, and then actually it's probably like this, right? That's just a little dull currently. So if it's like this, and then we did this, and then we did this, then we did this. Is this too low for these cross beams? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because then you can't see them from the other side. I feel like that's too far. Also, that's parallel, and we didn't want that, right? Because then we end up with the ugly. I mean, maybe this one's too thick. I don't know. I personally hate that as the crossbeam when you look up instead of just the single strip. Maybe it works here? I don't know, chat. What's your thought? What's your thought here? Does it work or no bueno? Toph says it works. I don't know. I need more of you to weigh in. When we looked at it first in our creative world, I was just like, nope. You don't like the gaps? I don't like the gaps either. But the thing is, we cannot have it be the wall thickness and not have that texture. It's a little too cinder blocky for me. Yeah. You like it from the front, but not from below. Unfortunately, we'd see it almost entirely from below. Hey, what's up, Shivam? Oh my God, 3 years? How? How has time gone by for that long? Yeah, it would just look like that from below. It would look like that. Maybe some less light. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I don't want it to be full blocks either. Hello, bat friend. Okay, so it doesn't work. And this is my concern about the too thick, right? I can't see. So this would be an inner one. So it would have to be like this. And it would be a one across the whole way. I'd try it. I'd try it. Thank you for helping me find a center and calm, Serge. These streams have been invaluable to my mental health. Those are very, very, very dear words. Thank you. Can you put something underneath? No. Well, I mean, yes, you could put something underneath, but then you'd lose something. And that is these like really nice, clean, straight lines. Because look at that now, right? Oh, wait, we had a design for this. Remember? We literally planned for this one. It was stretch for time, hold. It was this, right? When we did the final one, it was supposed to be deep slate with a wrap on it. Hello? All right, got there. Got there. Just had to take a second slow it down a little, and then we got there. Okay, so we did this. And then we did this. And we did this. Right? Yep. And then we did one of these. And we did one of these. And one of these. We have that. And on this side, we had a little bit of this. Okay. Next thing we do is we come through and we remove all of these can just randomly be instant mined. Sure. Why not? And then we replace it with this. I forgot. Yeah. So those are going to be our cross beams. And you know what? Honestly, I think it's fine. I think it works. And then we're going to be doing alternating ones. So that one's like that. And then the opposite one, so it's going to be inside, inside. Sorry, does that make sense? So you're like, Serge, please. So it's like this. And then we have this. And then the sticky outy bit. Wait, yes, the sticky outy bit. Sticky outy bit's on this side this time. Hey, what's up, the one that creates the heavens? Good to see ya. It's back. Do I have enough to go across this last layer here? All right, I need more walls. I think this is going to work. And then what we're trying to replicate there is where to go. Is this sort of thing. See how there's like a slight difference in the support beams? Obviously, we don't have access to like a super textured block like this that has writings or drawings on it, but I think it kind of scans. Why do you have a headache? Because you haven't eaten yet? Oh no. Well, at least you know what the fix is. And then I need a little bit more. I don't need this right now, so I can put these away. I need a little bit more deep slate brick. All right, I think we're in a good spot here. What about glazed terracotta? It's not a wall. No. Yeah, the issue is not texture. The issue is the actual width of the block. And we've been using wall blocks. Just because of the scale of this build, we need that thinner block for the strips. Can I please see what side that's on? I believe it goes inside again? Yeah, okay. All right, so I can just repeat this pattern now a whole bunch of times. So then, nope, that's wrong. Then we do this, right? Have this here. Then we do that. Stand underneath. Stand here. All right, we're doing it. Gone are the old days of the minecart rolls subtitles. Yeah. Yeah. All right, and then I have that there, and I have this here. Minecart rolls and bat squeaks. Man, I forgot about that. That's funny. Some old memes on this channel. So then we have these sort of alternating ceiling strips, and I think it works, even though again they're asymmetrical. I think because there is a pattern. Well, we committed. So let's keep going, I guess. 1 too many andesite walls on the bottom of the last. 1 too many andesite walls. Ah, that one. Thank you. Yeah. Doing my best here. Oh, geez. Everything is falling apart. Okay. Then we do this. The POV! Oh my god. Also with an emerald bean? Holy moly, friends. 36 months back to back? Thank you very much, friends. Oh, Minecart Rolls is back in chat. Oh, man. I can't believe that count is still around, too. Man, remember when it was much easier to spin up just, like, joke accounts? That's like peak old, like, peak old loading ready run early meme days, right? Hey, Sinar! Oh, my God. 15 months of tier 3 support. Dang, friend. Thank you. Holy moly. All right, so what do I do here? What do I do here? I don't know yet. We'll find out. Let's make this first and then see what happens. So we're alternating. So that would be outside again, which is good, I guess. Then we're here. Oop, oop, oop. Wait. Oop, oop. trying to get cute, and I changed my order, and now everything's thrown off. There we are. Love when Serge has to confront his two greatest fears, asymmetry and non-Euclidean geometry. My biggest fear is crane flies. Hate them. Ugh. Oh, I thought about crane flies. The ocean. Why'd I have to think about crane flies? Look! Trying really hard not to think about them anymore. Look! The ceiling! Yeah, that does a really good job of filling this in, right? Look at that. It's not even all that complicated, but it just looks so good. All right, here's my next plan. I want to add little arches between the two. No. Little arches between the two. Little arches between the two. And maybe a little bit of rounding there too. Do we want more arches? It's nice and square so far. I thought about maybe trying to add a little bit of rounding there, but maybe I don't need it. Oh, it looks so good, friends. Hold on, hold on. Yes! Okay, ignore the scaffolding. Right? Ignore the scaffolding. But as we walk forward, and you start to see those lines in there, I think we're actually starting to nail it. Oh, we're starting to nail it. So, you can't really see it from here. But once we remove that scaffolding, it's going to be really, really dark up there. And I think that's kind of a shame. So my thought is if we added a similar support beam, sort of like right in the center here, we could have a torch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could have a torch, or rather a lantern. A lantern right here. We can add all the candles. Well, we can try. I don't know yet. That feels like a later detail. You like the upper lantern idea? Okay, thank goodness somebody said something. I was like, does everybody hate this idea? What's happening? So that would mean... Do I change the pattern? I think I do. I think I do this. I think it works though. So we have that. Oh yeah, it works. Oh, it works so well. And then we're gonna do a, maybe only hang it like 2, so chain lantern. So now that side looks like that. Ooh. And it'll be in, it'll be following the pattern set beneath it. All right, let's keep doing that at the very least, because it makes me happy. More slime? We haven't slime-proofed that one yet. Hey, didn't you get the memo? The slimes are going to continue until morale improved. So, I don't know what to tell you. Oh. So based on the pattern, pardon me, my nose is itchy. Based on the pattern, we should have one more arch here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it doesn't go into support. So what do we do? What do we do? Genuine question, how do you stop slime spawning? Slabs. Slabs, carpets, make small spaces. Like, there's plenty of ways. The same way you spawn-proof anything. You figure out the footprint, you figure out what the spawn conditions are, and you remove it. Acquired a strange combination of chili and pumpkin pie. Sounds how very autumnal of you. Maybe an arch in the other pod? Well, I like where the arches are because it also reinforces why this is on the inside, right? It's like kind of a big blocking thing together, so it works. Is this the entirety of 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So I just randomly have it ending on the side? Maybe that's okay? So if I did that, I would randomly have this be, I don't know. Let's try it. Let's try it. What's the worst that could happen? The answer is not much, right? So no harm in giving it a shot. Okay. So that would be this. Right? And then we'd have this. Then we'd have this. Back to here. Is that weird? Is that weird just floating there on its lonesome? Because real talk, we could, if we wanted to, we could pull this wall back one. It works? Okay. Because like we could strip that back just a little further. Hear me out, portraiture. You can't just make up words. I hear you, but I don't know what it means. All right, let's do this side as well first. We'll get there. What does portraiture mean? I trust that it's a real word. So the issue at hand with just moving it back is then we introduce a whole new can of worms around. If we push it back one, we get this crossbeam, but then what do we do here? Right? Like this is supporting the ceiling really quite nicely right now, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, because the issue is it works for that pillar, and it works for that pillar. But then once that pillar is exposed, then we need the crossbeam. But then the crossbeam conflicts with this, right? Because that would go straight up and this intersects awkwardly. We don't have a plan for that yet. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of, I vote for not changing a single thing about this. Big fan. Big fan. So something we could do is just bring this up. All right, well, even if we, you know, put something in to imply the connection, it would be like this. Uh-oh. Is that better? Oh, it's so dark there now. Is that better? Having a little bit of like darkness in the corner to continue to pattern? Or is it better if it just connects to the stone? I have to go further back so you can see. So we have left side or right side. The left side makes it feel like it's even more out of place. I think it works better when it just connects to the stone, if I'm honest. Oh, I don't have a torch there. Or I don't have a lantern there. That's the other problem. Yeah, it just feels weirder, right? Does that look weirder to anyone else than that side? I think I'm on team just leave it stone. Go back to being stone. Wait, hold on. Can I... Hello? Oh. Sneaky exit. All right, well, I guess that particular stone is lost forever. Wait, no, I need that stone. Particular stone, come back. There. Secret throne room escape plan for when they come for your head. Well, first off, everyone's very happy in our kingdom. I'm not expecting any guillotines anytime soon. Second of all, time constraints. Oh, you escaped! Cheeseburger on the run. Let's bring this all the way up. Just up and flush. I think I just do this. Freedom! But we put up the baby gates for a reason. All right, and then we just brought those up at the end there. I think that helps a little, yeah. Just to sort of extend that pillar up. Oh, I had a great idea. Eventually, when we do the dais and we put the chair on it, one of the beautiful things in the shot is the use of light. And I thought, what if we did a very subtle partial curtain of white glass panes just around the back and the front, so it kind of framed it and went behind it? I think we could actually get a similar effect. I don't know, maybe it'll look really dumb, but I think it's worth trying. Our dogs win against the gate very frequently. Oh no. You know who's never defeated a baby gate though? A baby. I haven't figured out how to use their thumbs yet. I've only ever seen dog versus baby gate end in a draw. Babies defeat gates all the time. Oh no. We need stronger baby gates. There are multiple baby gate designs for a reason. Terrifying. It's not even thumb usage, it's mostly just force. Oh, yikes. Yeah, alright, we need to get some nerfs in for babies. Apparently they're a little too OP. I had no idea. What is that noise? This is my new ringtone? Alright, we need to work on this. Why is this the default ringtone? I can't answer. I'm too ashamed to answer it. I'll deal with you later. Okay. Wow. All right. Neat. It just kept going, and then it took a very creative twist. I wasn't expecting that. It's probably a spam call. It said it had something to do with like I don't know. It's fine, I'll deal with it later. It's important to leave a voicemail. I'm working. What's wrong with the ringtone? I like my phone to sound like a phone. Excuse me? Oh, that's how they escaped. There was a flaw in our baby gate. Man, remember when they first added custom ringtones? Or am I thinking... Remember when celebrities had the... It was like really popular for celebrities to have their own security system. So you'd walk up and they'd be like, step back! You know, this is Vanilla Ice's car. Whatever. Tried to sell ringtones and stuff like that. Yeah, it was great. I wonder if you could find it. I'm pretty sure there was an old MTV segment, which was specifically celebrities' custom alarm systems for cars, which was just them yelling at people to take a step back. Vanilla Ice is the best you could come up with. Yeah, I was trying to think of celebrities we could think of who aren't problematic, and I panicked and said Vanilla Ice. Look. What does sound like a phone mean to you? That it rings? Like that there's an actual ringing noise involved? I don't know. I'm very boring with my ringtones. If I could get a ringtone that sounds like an old like rotary dial phone, I think I'll call that a win. All right, let's look at our ceiling now. Oh my goodness, friends, let's take a step back. Heck yes. Oh, it works. Oh, it works. Aren't you just young enough to have not have had a rotary phone? No, I lived way out in the boonies for a very long time. My parents definitely had a rotary phone for like a long time. I'm missing a lantern. I'm missing a lantern right here. Wow, I missed an entire thing. Nice spot, chat. Thank you. Yeah, I grew up out in the boonies. So we're pretty behind on stuff. Like, I didn't have way behind on most internet stuff because internet service just wasn't offered out the area. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I could get like a Mimi ringtone. I guess. Oh, but I made the arch and I forgot the lantern. Wait, I have it in my inventory. Okay, good. I was like, my work here is done. There. Have a good one, Chaos Queen. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah! All right, now we walk up. And now we can see everything at work there. Oh, it's so good! It's so good. My partner came up and looked at the Minecraft for a few days, like, why are you in a tunnel of meat? She's like, yeah. Minecraft noob question. The red material, I assume, isn't meat. What is it? It's called netherrack. And it is the default building block that you find in the Minecraft equivalent of hell. Yeah. That isn't meat is very good. So to sort of show you what it looks like. Canonically, the entire nether is made of meat is profoundly upsetting. Ground beef blocks? I hate it. Yeah, so welcome to, I don't know. I see it as being more of like a fire and brimstone sort of situation than the whole thing is meat. Because if that's meat, then that means the lava's blood, and that's also weird to me. Welcome to the nacho dimension. All right, okay, let's be real though, right? If this was like, yeah, if that was queso, I'd be pretty down with this being ground beef. Like, let's be real. Soul sand is the refried beans. Oh man, I just had nachos the other day as well. All right, I think it's time that we start cracking on with this dais. Rock me on the dais. It's never not funny. All right, so we're gonna start with a bunch of slabs. So one of the concerns I have is if we make this too slabular, which is a word, then the slimes can spawn. I wish I could contribute to the nacho dimension joke, but I have nothing to chip in. Boo. Boo. Whoa, I just got notified that one of my signed books my sister-in-law lost 5 years ago has been found in a box of books donated to a library. Wow, that's kind of neat. All right, give me a second here. This is a slime chunk. This is a slime chunk. Is this a slime chunk? Is this a slime chunk? Well, I can make it not matter. If I make that all stairs, I think the dais needs to go a little bit higher. So regarding netherrack, Fandom Wiki has it that analyzing the netherrack in a material reducer, it turns out to be a volcanic silicate rock rich in mercury. It is not meat, but is in fact igneous rock. Oh. Meat is funnier though, absolutely. I mean, you're just correct there. Yeah, I think I just replace this whole thing right now, and then we can make it pretty later on. So this whole platform is spawnable. So I don't think I quite got the dimensions correct for the stage yet. But that's fine. There's room to change that after. And then it looks like, yeah, that needs to be way larger. It actually looks like the back bit is stairs. So there's a little bit of asymmetry happening here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, I nailed that. All right. What movie is that from? Hero. Maybe it's just one extra step there? Because how does it link in afterwards? So tough to see because it's sort of a reverse angle there, but definitely juts out a little. Then you just have stairs that go all the way up. So how would they link in? Oh, maybe we do this? Yeah, okay, and then it's stairs. So this would be the candle level. So we're going to do candles here. But just in the center. Just in the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, sure. Here's our center point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my God, did I nail it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did. All right, well, okay. So if you have a layer of candles and a layer of candles, I think I want to take this whole concept and push it further back. So I love all of this. I think we're getting too much space here. So let's actually do all of this like 5 back. And that lets me extend this a whole bunch too, right? We're going to use actual candles? I think so. We've got plenty of access to them. What other light source would you do? There aren't really a lot of options at this scale, right? How many candles per block? No idea. Gonna use that as a future Serge problem for now. And we're like not even close to that one right now, so let's get the shape done first and we'll add everything else after. This does really help elongate the shape of the stage though, which I think was pretty important. Yeah, because it doesn't look like there's a tremendous amount of height difference here, but like that's actually a fair amount of height, right? It's like a non-zero amount of elevation that we're adding there. So I think it's important that we have that as well. So going back to here, where's our center point? Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably want some stairs after? Question mark? Yeah. Grab a little bit more andesite so we can make that happen. Yeah. Okay, so that's good and like that. So I think the next thing I wanted is these stairs. So yeah, I guess you just can't really approach it from the sides. We don't have any information on what it looks like from the sides. It just goes back and up. Does it look like it rounds at all? Or do you think it's flat? There's a little bit of rounding on the sides. Okay, okay. So it comes in and then there's just like a staircase up the sides there. So it almost looks as though ghost block. This is an odd shape. I think we're getting there though. I think like that's a really good start, right? And then we want a third layer. Want a third layer of torches. And pardon me, of torches, of candles. I think this one is still 3 again. Looking at this again, I think this is supposed to come out a little bit further. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, chat. Yo, okay. Once we start adding like a little bit of polished stone into this and a little bit of different blocks to break it up, this shape is looking so good. Clee slabs in Sergecraft 3? Nope. If you're curious, Songner, we went over the entire mod list at the top of the stream. You could check it out in the VOD. We went through every single mod in detail. All right, so we're up there. And then I think it starts to flatten out a little. I think the slope is too steep. Try one slab increase per block. It doesn't allow for the candles though. So if you do one slab, then you cannot have candles on 3 subsequent steps. So you get one or the other, and I think candles more important. We can make the rest work. Right? Pardon me. So I think you have to do the steepness, which is also why we pushed it further back. It might be too far forward still. Yeah. It's like, welcome to Minecraft. You don't get a perfect recreation of stuff. So you pick the concepts that you think are the ones that you want to try and nail. And I think the things that we want to nail here are height and maybe the candle detail. And if anything, I might have to push this back like 5 blocks again. No, maybe this is right. Maybe this is right. Sideways step, not there yet. Maybe this one. It gets a little tough because we have this really sharp corner here. Yeah, I think that's too steep already. I think like this is supposed to be a corner stair already. Whatever, let's just use Minecraft shapes. It'll be totally okay with Minecraft shapes. Yeah, that looks sick. All right, done. Oh, that was easy. All right, so that's like this. This is like this. And this is like this, right? Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Another added perk to the Mulbean stairs is spawn proofing. Now we don't have to. So all these stairs make it much easier for us to not have to worry about slimes or any other mobs. I don't even know if we're going to bother caring about underneath the throne. It'd be kind of funny if you could just hear slimes under it, but like, it is what it is. I guess I could buy a bunch of carpet or something if I really cared, or slab it, but as it is right now, I think I'm fine to just leave it. Secret Slime King. It's got a very nice hat. I'm a big fan of Slime Boss. I think it would be immersion breaking to have slime sounds. What if the immersion was slimes, though? Then wouldn't it be immersive? Just being contrary. Are slimes not the birds of the underground? Bird noises. Secret Slime King sounds like an isekai. It's actually just a... Sorry, Secret Slime King is not a manga. It's a really disappointing isekai. I swear I'll never forgive that stupid slime isekai. Born in a magical world with secret powers and I open a dry cleaner? Get out of here. Never forgive them. So much wasted potential. Stupid slimes. Ugh. All right, so we are here now. Was it a good dry cleaner? That's besides the point. Who goes to a dream world of magic, is blessed with superpowers literally by gods, and uses those powers to make a dry cleaner? We're back on Isekai again. Somebody said the word slime and it set me off. I'll never forgive them. I'll never forgive them. It sounds pretty chill, to be honest. Open a dry cleaner? Sure. So, step 1, person dies. Step 2, they get isekai'd. They meet a bunch of gods. The gods are like, you live the tough life. Let's give you functionally unlimited power. They land in this dream world of magic, basically as a child, but they fall away from civilization and they're worried that they're going to get bullied. So they're in no particular hurry to go and find any people or anything like that. So, they're out in the wilderness, they're power leveling, they find some slimes, and like, okay, I'm gonna start doing some like beast training stuff like that. I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. They're doing beast training, and they're starting with slimes, and that's all fine, right? And then, a bunch of local rulers are walking by through the kingdom, they get attacked. Our protagonist, who's like a 10-year-old boy at this point, saves them. And is a little naive, a little bit socially awkward, right? Because, they've been living by themselves in a cave with their slimes for the past X years. And you're like, okay, this is all fine. I'm with it right now. People get in there and they're like, wow, you have these magical slimes everywhere. Nobody's been ever to really train slimes before. And he's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Anyways, check out this one. It eats poop. Check out this one. It's a dry cleaner. And everyone's like, wow, that's neat. You're the world's greatest trainer. Come back into our town. And they're like, I'm going to use my power and talent to open a series of dry cleaning shops where my magically trained slimes will clean your clothing. What series is this? A disappointment is what it is. Never forgive it. There's our dais. There's our constructed dais, my friends. At least it sounds different. I mean, ironically, I think there's like 3 different versions of that same one. Joe's asking, is that also the same one where they invent ice cream? And I'm too upset to try and remember. I didn't make it that long. All right, 1 there. So we go 1 there, just for some symmetrical lighting for now. Okay, let's go get ourselves 90 candles. Let's get 90 candles for starters. Very important question. It's called By the Grace of the Gods? Yes. Default candle, or should we get like black candle or something? What color of candle? You thought I was making this up on the spot? No, you wish. Your favorite isekais where a truck gets hit by a bus? That's really funny. Red candles. Red is interesting, honestly. Red might be a lot. Black candles would use that wither farm. Black candles might be a little too metal. There's nothing wrong with metal. What if it's a mixture of like red and white candles? It gives us a splash of color. Much needed color, right? All right, let's start with white candles. And let's get 90 white candles, 45 red candles. I should have the honeycomb for it. And the string for it. Joe needs information about that truck story. String. I don't have enough string. Does anybody on the server have a spider farm? String, you say? String. Where do I get string from? Red and white would make it a barber shop? Striders. No, we don't kill striders. This angle might be useful for you. Oh, neat. That is a good angle. Basically flush. Cool. I didn't know there was a giant character above it. That's actually a super helpful angle. Thank you, Helen. Spoilers. String. I could break these cobwebs. No, that seems wasteful. You just go find a mine shaft. And break those cobwebs instead? Good job, Serge. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. Is there a mine shaft right here? Are we above a mine shaft? I think there was a mine shaft in the old mines, right? Wait. Do I have any string here? Do villagers sell strings or no? There's always a mine shaft under your base. Oh no, netherrack. 4. Wait, yeah, we had, did we have the potential for a spider farm? Did we find like a double spawner underneath or something like that? I can't remember. We're 30 or 40 streams into this playthrough right now. It makes sense the details are starting to get fuzzy, right? God, it's been a long time since we've come down here. So I think if we go down here and we follow it to the right, I think it does connect to a mine shaft. Yeah, because we farmed eyes, right? Yeah. Need a bow. You've been watching the VOD, so it feels like yesterday to you? Okay. Because we needed spider eyes early on for the villager trading. Or the villager curing, rather. So we're here. And I think there's an entrance just around the corner here. Yes! Yeah! Chat! I remembered good! We made a little impromptu farm out of some spawners too, right? Where was that? Yes! Ha-ha! Hello? Spiders? You were very specific at the time that it wasn't a farm. That's fair. This is in fact not a spider farm. Don't you forget it. So that light won't affect the performance of this because it's in fact not a light source. 13. All right, let's get 100. That'll give us plenty of room for scientific experiments with various colors. All right, well, this is my life right now. So how you doing? Anything else going on you want to talk about? Any cues you want aid while we just chill here? You could open it up for faster spawns. That's fair. But then it might accidentally be a farm, which it's very, very clearly is not. It's very important that you remember that this is not a farm. It's vitally important that we realize that we have not built ourselves a spider farm here. Ah! You scared me! 10,000 years of death. It's my favorite card in Magic for lands. Hedron Crab. What was that? Every single time I get poisoned. It's very rude. All right, you should be pitch black now. All right, we'll have to move this back one more further. Then it'll be pitch black. What am I excited about for Kamigawa for stuff? For most of the Kamigawa stuff, keep in mind, I'm going to be recording a podcast pretty quick for that. So I'll just be duplicating answers. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what it is. One of the questions I have the hardest time answering while playing Minecraft is magic ones. So I typically try and avoid them. Die, spider. Oh, it dodged it. It's a gamer. All right, we're at 28. At 28. There we go. Now, it should spawn way faster. Well, it's not symmetrical. Hold. 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 Bad spider. There. There. All right, now The room is perfect. Welcome to our room. Our spider room. Not at all farm. This is a room, coincidentally, that both I and spiders will sometimes frequent at the same time. It would be a fool's errand to try and make another spider farm. You've sometimes mentioned the annoyance of asynchronous nature of streaming. Hold on. Bad. Bad. Where were we? The asynchronous nature of streaming. Any thoughts on what a viewer can do to reduce the annoyance on the streamer? Sometimes it's where chat and commands can help out a lot. So like, I don't know. Remember when why leaves became a huge meme? Because it'd be like, you know, I can spend a bunch of time explaining it, but the next person who shows up will come in and they'll have no idea what's happening, right? They'll be like, why X? Why is what happening there? And something that chat can do that's tremendously helpful for stuff like that is help each other out, right? If you're coming a little bit later in, you can be like, oh, this is what we're doing, and update each other. Because then especially if I'm in the tank or something like that. Also, I think that helps with a feeling of companionship. Offhand sword for looting? Oh, sorry, it's main hand. It's main hand sword for looting, not offhand barbarian. Which is what we're doing there. Yeah, I had the wrong thing, but yeah. The most times you had to explain the same thing in a single day. Before becoming a streamer? I mean, I worked in customer service as a barista, right? And it's the same sort of idea, right? And there's nothing inherently wrong with it. It's sort of the nature of how the whole thing works, but it's tough. Because, you know, you can think of all the pros of streaming and all the cons of streaming. And I bet it never even crosses your radar of like having to answer the same question over and over. It can be tough. Help it make a bit more of a community thing and a bit less of a streamer parasocial. Yeah, exactly, Inks. So yeah, it's just like how to help that is, you know, step up to help each other out in chat when people are showing up late or if they've missed something. If there's FAQs, jumping in. Especially if it's like minutes or seconds after I'd answered a question, if it comes up again, it can be really helpful. I don't know. I'm not sure from an outside perspective if it, you know, if that ever comes across as something that like registers as something that's like kind of weird or off-putting. I don't know. I struggle to phrase it sometimes. Spider. I missed. How'd you get all the gold for your villager curing? I just mined it. It was like pre-looting stuff as well. Gold's not too hard now. It's pretty common. If you're struggling, go to a mesa biome. Gold everywhere. But also the inclusion of gold in the nether now has made it pretty easy to get early on. Yeah. Oh, there's another one. Sneaky. 58. We're halfway there. Those are both very fun questions. I like those questions. I like talking about streaming though. Makes it a little bit easier. There you go. Come on, spiders. Have at thee. 58. We're getting there. Favorite fictional fantasy character archetype. Ooh, character archetype. I don't know if I'd want to see a ton of it, but I did enjoy that, like the Mob Psycho and One Punch Man sort of overlap. The like low profile but powerfully broken archetype. I think if used properly, it can be pretty interesting. I feel your repeat struggles as a parent. I feel like a broken record sometimes. I definitely don't want to get into the mindset of like a parent-child relationship between myself and chat. That gets a little too weird. The satirical takedown of the living god protagonist, yeah, kind of fun. The beauty of Mob Psycho is the fact that his powers didn't ever solve his problems. Ah, I like it. So Untamed. I'm gonna have to watch episode 2. What are we at? All right, 10. We're getting there. It should only take a couple more minutes. Gets better. The first one's super weird. Okay. I mean, Untamed feels like it wanted to be animated. So, Untamed is a live-action wuxia series on YouTube that Shivan's got me watching right now. And it starts with the trope of a person dying and reincarnating in someone else's body, which works super well. Oh my god, Gunner. Oh my god. Assassine Pine Farm. Perfect. So, you know, we've all read, presumably we're all fairly familiar with the trope of somebody's spirit entering into someone else's body. It's a little bit weirder in live action though, especially when the character has only been established for the first like 30 seconds before it switches over. So I was just like, what is happening here? I really like Untamed, and I believe there's an animated adaptation. All right, I guess I'll keep watching it. I watched episode 1 and it was weird. Not weird enough to stop watching, just weird enough to be like, okay. Actors are the groaning, especially once you understand who they are and how they're connected. Man, I've been poisoned entirely too many times in this so far. All right, we are at 96. Let's go a little longer. Hilariously, when I was trying to find the show that you were talking about, I thought it was Untamed. I thought it was animated. I stumbled upon another animated wuxia series on YouTube called it's like the Envoy of Heaven's Gate or something like that, which also had a terrible episode 1, like a really awkwardly timed out episode 1, just in terms of like the way they introduced characters or didn't introduce characters and the way they threw terms around. It's like, this feels like season 3, like episode 1 of a season 3 of a show that's been around for a really long time, where they just expect you to know who all of these people are and what the whole structure is. And I was just like, wow, this is tough. Not gonna lie, listening to Serge talk about Untamed without any context is hilarious. All right, context. I like wuxia, which is, think Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragons. It's a particular type of fantasy martial art fusion sort of thing. Shivan recommended, I don't know why I got your name wrong there, recommended that I check out a live action show on Netflix called Untamed, which I didn't quite know at the time was live action. And it's kind of a mess. Sorry I wasn't clear. Oh, you probably were clear. It's just like Twitch chat goes by rather quickly, and I'm just making my assumptions on that. Yeah, the name of the show is Untamed. All right, we have our hundo. Let's get out of here. Good job, totally not a spider farm. Good job. Now, how do I get out? Torches on the left. Torches on the left. Doesn't matter how long it's been since I was here. If we follow torches on the left, we can get out. How can there be torches on the left here, but not here? These torches are on the right. Torches on the left. Torches on the right. Aha! We go up. That's how. We go up. Works every time, Twitch chat. Why is it called the Untamed? They don't establish that in episode 1. Huge success. The series is 50 episodes long, and at no point do they establish why it's called the Untamed. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, fair enough. My wife loves the novels. It's basically Kung Fu Yaoi. Neat. Do you prefer Wuxia? I don't know how to pronounce the other one. Jansha? Zanxia? I can't pronounce that one, pardon me. Or both? Neither? I kind of like the whole genre. It's fun. Wuxia is like normal people with martial arts things. The other one is where you get more like fantasy. I don't know. I kind of... It's tough. I just go to weird translated novels and I just kind of like consume everything. So the answer is yes. I don't know if I prefer one more than the other. Oh, I forgot the candles. The candles are this way. One is a little bit more superpowery, but they're all pretty superpowery, right? Okay, so I got this, and I got this, and I got this. So we wanted red candles. When do we dye the candles? Do we dye them now or later? Let's find out. So let's get some bone meal. And let's put these spider eyes away, which is a weird sentence. Thank you, Minecraft. Watched a show the other day called Woo Assassins. Man, I watched a couple episodes of that, and then I bounced off it pretty hard about 10 or 11 in, because it just got too weird for me. But yeah, we watched Woo Assassins for a while, and I was like, all right, I'm here. I'm here for it. Yes, phone? Okay, so I have candles and I have dye. I have no candles. I have candles and I have dye. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we wanted, what, 25 red candles? Let's try that out. Can I dye them back? I don't know. Wait, I want the cobbled ones. I want the not cob. There we go. Get rid of that. Do I have tough? No. So I'm wondering how many blocks we can get away with putting, or how many candles we can get away with putting. You can do 1, 2, 3, or 4 on a particular block. And I don't know if you can mix candles within a bundle. We'll find out. Ooh. No, you can't mix it, unfortunately. Let's do different amounts. I think that's actually going to be super cool. Grab our lighter. Let's keep going here. Where are my candle particles? Hold on. Hello? Do I have my particles off? What's happening here? Oh, I broke. Oh no. My flint and steel broke. Wow. You ever light so many candles your flint and steel breaks? That's a first. Do I even have any more flint? Yeah, I do. Okay. I'm a genius. So I've obviously turned off a particle somewhere. Which is unfortunate because that means we're losing our candles right now. So, options. Video settings? I have no idea. Anybody handy with Optifine here can tell me how to turn candles back on? It's under details. Particle effects. Ah, it's particle effects. There we go. There we go. Okay, so let's turn these off. And ask ourselves what kind of light level we have. I think it's going to be way too dark here. Oh my god, it's way too dark there. The little mixture of red is very interesting. All right, so our room is still pretty dangerous, but there's another update, right? We've added the candles. They're not quite as big as they are in the movie, obviously, but still think it's kind of cool. Also, it looks like this is supposed to be slightly different too. All right, let's grab some more of these slabs. We're gonna have to start adding some detail to this as well. It's still too flat. And that's where it's gonna be really helpful to have some like polished andesite in it to give it a bit of like shape and texture as well. I'm out of stairs, fascinating. All right, actually, why don't we just grab some of this stuff now? Need a little bit more andesite. So let's grab, oh, look at that iron. Let's grab, I don't know, let's do a half stack of stairs, why not? Okay, so this, it looks like, is actually supposed to be flat, a little bit longer. Even to just like here. I could possibly also round it. You can see how the stairs go down, but it makes for the stage to be a little bit more pronounced. Oh, it's quite visible. Is that like that or one further out? One further out. That makes sense. All right. So once again, we have light leaking out from under the stairs in sort of a weird way. I might need to make another... What's the word it's called? What's that thing called again? Brazier? I think we need another brazier. Yeah, see? Hey, look, more string, chat. Amazing. What a coincidence. So we could do a brazier on either corner to make to open it up. Might be kind of nice. It's definitely not a brasserie or a brazier. We need a brazier. So if I put it in the center of the room, it'll wreck that sight line. So I think we might want two, like one here and one there. I think that works. Weird spider farm, but okay. Gunnar, we need the meme again. Susine Pine Spider Farm. Hey, what's up, Dan? Thank you for 11 months. I don't have enough iron blocks. There we go. Choo, 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 choo. Oh, 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 oh. Do, 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 do. Nope, I missed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I like it. I like it. This makes me very happy. Oh, yeah, bud. I like it. All right. So next thing I want to do is I need to grab a bunch of white glass. And I'm curious if... Does anybody know if James grabbed that particular box from the... from 9 o'clock, or if that one's still there? There's a box just full of white glass. Let's go find out. I'm so happy with how this room is coming together, friends. I'm so happy. All right, worst case scenario, this doesn't work. We just get our own glass. Yeah. All right, we're counting on James not cleaning up. No, he cleaned up. How dare he? Oh, he didn't clean up. Yes. Good old reliable James. Fine. Oops. Bounced right off it. You want to go fast? You can go kind of fast in Minecraft. May I recommend ice boats? You get to go real zoomy with an ice boat. Oh, I think it's time for us to finally use our super smelter. All right, give me a second, chat. Let's head over. Let's head over. Head on over. Got to smelt all of this up. Bing bong. So if I remember correctly, Baja blast furnaces don't work with these. Oh, you brought me coffee. My love. So we're gonna have to use this side. Crap. Do all these have furnaces? Or all these furnaces have... Yes, they do. Good. Oh! Oh my god. When did I do this? Pardon? Oh my god, chat. Wow. So apparently, this smelter has been popping off a little. Yeah, that's all copper. You ever have a super smelter so big you actually lose like an uncountable number of stacks of copper? Asking for a friend. Okay, so we do this. Ba-bum. And my favorite moment when they all turn on at the same time. Heck. Please hold. I only checked the front couple ones, and I assumed that meant they all had enough fuel. And it turns out that that was incorrect. And the worst part is this isn't even the first time I've done that. I just need to spend some time actually properly, completely saturating the system. Oh well. It's nice coffee. It's a lot of copper, chat. Look. Look at it come in, though. Isn't it beautiful? We put in almost 3 stacks. And look how fast this thing is. Isn't that great? Go super smelter. I could probably reduce the size of the buffer. Yeah? No. No, I can't. There's no way to reduce the size of the buffer. Just the way the hoppers are set up, I'd have to completely redesign the farm. Ah, sigh. Yeah, because these ones are going to grab them all until these are completely full, right? And then once it gets... Yeah, this is why it was empty there. And then once that gets full, then it's going to fill from this side back. So it's going to go left to right and then right to left until it's all full. It's fine. We'll just keep adding more. Just saw a tweet about a Persian sweets shop that should 100% be a build project for Serge sometime. Oh man, speaking of 100% Serge projects, wait, I think that was all I had. A new restaurant is opening in Victoria that's a combination donair and poutine place, and I'm just like, oh no. Oh no, that is laser targeted at me. I'm in this photo and I don't like it, right? Bing. Links are generally allowed. Yep. I like that people tend to ask first, but like, honestly, it doesn't matter too much here. Basically, it's like, if the mods know who you are and the link is topical, you're probably not going to get, your link purged, you know? Is that the new place on Yates? It's in Quadra Village. It isn't open yet. It just says coming soon. Oh, that is really pretty. Oh, I love that. Heck yeah. I think our next couple of builds are kind of locked in, but that is, you are correct. That is very pretty. All right, I need a bunch of gold. Is that going to be enough? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, chat. Look how rich we are. $10 blocks. Time to make 90 netherite hose. That's right. Right. Of course. What if the mods know who I am? There's this kind of funny moment in Twitch chat where you probably don't want the mods to know who you are. It's like one of my favorite Heather phrases. She's like, you don't want me to know who you are. Because if I know who you are, you're on a list. And you're probably not going to be around for much longer. Right? Right, buckets. Wait a second. Hold on. All right, there we go. Sorry. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. All right, let's add just some little bit of highlights to it. And then I need one red carpet. That's a laugh you've never heard from me before. Sorry, I went kind of supervillain for a second, but it's so good. It's so good though, right? All right, now give me a second here. Give me a second. This is the part that I'm really hoping is going to sell this. And I have no idea if it's going to work or not, but it might work. It might work. This is a bit of a risk. So there is an amazing effect in the movie with regards to light hitting the throne. And I don't know if this is going to work or not, but my hope is heck. It's really weird. I feel like I'm installing like some kind of windbreaker, or we're doing like a weird Pope Mobile sort of thing right now, but that's really not the intention, right? I think it's 3? Yes. Hey, the Archrist, thank you very much for 3 months. Enjoy your toasty new bean. Maybe it's one too close. It's connecting. I hate that it's connecting. What if it doesn't connect? What if I just made it a little bit more dynamic? Maybe possibly even like a little bit asynchronous. So the goal here is to hopefully get... All right, here's the effect I want, right? And I don't know if this is going to work. This is a risk. Oh, it worked! Oh, it actually worked! We need a little bit more light there, but look at that! Oh, I love it. Okay, we need a little bit more light behind it still. Let's move all that. So, like, this is hilarious. One sneaky torch directly behind it. Actually? Actually? The one torch hiding behind it is perfect. Oh, I'm so pleased. Wow, that's menacing. Now that's a throne, right? So something that I tried to do, and we got into it a little bit late, was to photograph the evolution of this room. And I try to take it from a relatively similar perspective each time. So we went from here. Cool second photo, Jaeger. All right, let's let's do a little pruning while we're at it. Okay, so the change there was getting rid of the scaffolding, right? Got rid of the scaffolding. And then we dropped the floor. So we went from regular floor to andesite floor and the half step big. So you could see the difference that a half step made. And oh, wow. I didn't think, wow. I really didn't think just a half step, half slab made this much of a difference. But look at this. We are here and then we're there. And look how much bigger that room is just from that half step. We also extended the pillars there so that they're flush. That did a lot of work. And then what's the difference here? Oh, it's just a better photo. Okay, so I can get rid of the previous one. So where was that? There was... I wish I could delete photos from there. Whatever, let's just keep going. Let's keep going. Right, so then we added the staircase. So that's that to the staircase. And then we tested some different designs around the bases. So we tried it flat and we're like, no, that's bad. So then we added the pillars. We got photobombed. Then we started testing different walls. So we added anvils. And I guess we played around with light levels. I don't know what the difference is between these photos. Then a bunch more scaffolding. You can see we added the walls. And now the pillars at the top are visible. And now the dais is visible. Then we added candles. Then we added braziers. Then we put me on the throne. And then we have our throne. I'm actually super duper happy. And so what we haven't even done yet, if I'm perfectly honest, what we haven't done yet is touched these side walls either. So we still have those torches visible. And I think we have a good amount of detailing we could still do just to try and pretty this up. The throne is looking a little small. The whole goal was always to have the throne be a little smaller because this entire room is the throne room. And I'm honestly kind of a fan of how minimal it is. Because it's obvious. It's obvious as soon as you step foot into here that you're within the presence of the king or the emperor, right? I don't think the chair needs to be physically imposing when the room already makes you feel small. It puts away telescope. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I really hoped I had a telescope in there. I don't have a telescope? I guess I put it somewhere else. One sec. All of this is a lot of work for for one bit here. Still think the glass looks off? That's okay. I'm very happy with it. I'm not changing it. And when does the banner that says sword go up? Yeah. The point is everything resolves around the dwarf sitting in the chair. Thank you very much. Thinks too much. It's a dwarven kingdom. No human. No human. Apparently Joe is selling telescopes. Oh. Joe, you're out of telescopes. The other shop. There's another shop? My shop. Oh. Or our shop, rather. Yes! Pay what you want. 4 diamonds. Ahem. If you look at the Serge's film inspiration, the throne isn't imposing or ostentatious. In fact, the central placing inside is what gives this throne a sense of gravitas. Exactly, exactly. That's why I don't want to... I don't think we need to do a sort of... Sorry, I always get this wrong. A throne of swords sort of situation. Oh, it's okay. These are Jaeger dwarves. These are Jaeger dwarves, and they are perfectly and canonically correct in every respect. This is the Jaeger dwarf style of rule and management, and canonically everything checks off. Anyways, where were we? Hello! Oh, it's even better than I thought. Your Highness, may I come in, please? We had to fly all the way to the shopping district just for that. Just for that. Oh, man. Perfect. Hello. The glass is uneven. Well, that was the goal originally, to try and make it a little bit more organic, which scans from back here, but yeah. Aha! If you like the YouTubes. All right. Well, now that the throne is placed, I think that's actually an excellent place to leave it for the day. And then we'll come back. We'll come back on Monday and we'll finish the walls. All right, so here's the deal, everybody. We have 3 more streams left on this server. We have Monday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. Thursday's our finale. And then after that, we're starting a brand new modded playthrough of Sergecraft 3, debuting February 28th. So don't show up and get sad when you're like, what happened to the Dwarven Kingdom? We're starting something brand new. It's very, very exciting. So the last thing that I want to work on to finish us off, we have a final day of science, which is great, which is going to be Thursday. But I want to go in and I want to work on a lava canal expansion. Like beacon, hello? I want to work on a lava canal expansion because I promised y'all more canals. I think it'd be fitting. So we're gonna finish off the throne room. We're gonna add a little bit more detailing. We're gonna clean up the walls and maybe put some bricks and stuff in there, which is gonna be great. And then yeah, we're gonna wrap it up with science and canals. Fuji, look at my throne. Aha. Whoop-oo, whoop-oo, whoop-oo. So because we're saving science for Thursday, that means don't be surprised or shocked Pikachu face on Monday or Wednesday when there's no science in the morning. We're saving our final 4 TNT for that day. So heads up for that. And yeah, we'll put a great big and beautiful bow tie on this playthrough. So I hope you're ready for more canal stuff. I think that'll make everybody happy, right? Everybody here is clapping for canals or whatever. Is that what we do? It's a good timeline. Everyone's on board. I was saying boo worms. Very good. All right, well, too much white glass, so it goes. All right, well, have we Balrogged? We might not get a Balrog, unfortunately, but I'm giving you a canal instead. So I think the scales balance out. Just gonna say, I'm gonna hit this button. Whoop. Thanks for watching, everybody. You're the best. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the subs and the bits and all the support. I honestly couldn't do this without all of you, so thank you for that. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to take the day off or not. I know I'm going to be starting later. Joe has an appointment in the morning, so we have to get in the car and run around and do some stuff. And I'm going to be joining Olivia on her stream in the evening at 5 p.m. And that's already like kind of a long day. But I also want to do 2 city streams this weekend. And I know I'm not going to be streaming at all on Saturday. So it's tough. It's tough. So if there's no stream tomorrow, apologies. You've been warned. And if there is a stream, it's a bonus. Ooh, what if we just said there was no stream, but there could be a bonus stream? I like that plan. I like that plan. Jim! Hi, thank you so much for 15 months. I'm about a month behind the VODs. Can't wait to see how this build came together. Oh, it's so good, Jim. This is my favorite build I've ever done. Just like straight up. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So yeah, and I'm very, very excited to see what we end up with for Sergecraft 3. If you're new to the channel, consider following. If you're digging the vibes, I would love it if you came back, you know? And other than that, y'all are wonderful. Thank you for everything that you do. And now we raid a friend. Now we raid a friend. And by that friend, I mean my employer. And now we raid my boss. Loading, ready, run. Graham and Adam are playing some Magic the Gathering. Let's go send some positivity over that way. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate the heck out of all y'all. And I will see you, if not tomorrow, then Sunday. That's my promise to you. All right, everybody. Bye.